Welcome to Machismo TV, the ultimate destination for modern men seeking to upgrade their lifestyle. Subscribe to Machismo TV and Saul T-Balls. We stream daily from 12 midnight to 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the best male-centric content. Highlight reels without reviewing or providing any editorial bias to the content. We have done so much, with so little for so long, we are now qualified to do anything, with nothing.
Okay to be a fool in the Philippines? Is it because so many men have come over here and set the precedent that it's okay to be a damn fool? Then justify it by saying, oh, it's my money. I can give it away if I want to. Or as long as I'm happy, who cares? Fair exchange is no robbery. Why has it become okay to be a fool in the Philippines? Are there any real men left over here? Men who run their own households. Men who aren't henpecked. Men who aren't pussy whipped. Men who aren't throwing away their life savings on strangers. Are there any real men left over here who live life on their own terms instead of following around behind some young woman half their age? Are there any real men left in the Philippines? Where are the real men in the Philippines?
Nothing else to talk about. She belongs to the streets. Don't ruin your mental health. Book a session if she's doing this.
In sickness.
In sickness.
And in health.
And in health.
To love.
To love.
Cherish.
Cherish.
And to obey.
We didn't talk about that one in counseling.
We did talk about that in counseling. Yes, we did. So you want me to repeat that again? You want to just keep going?
I think we can keep going.
All right.
Living life every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need.
Let me break this down for a second. Black men hate black women. Y'all gave up on us. Y'all turned y'all backs on us. Y'all don't care about us. They have no idea how many chances y'all be giving these females. So much grace. Have no idea how many times you guys have been backstabbed, betrayed, burned, used, abused. Like, you guys, you put your life on the line, for goodness sake. Y'all are out here doing this shit. These are not one-off situations and now it's like, oh, fuck these women, I'm going over here. Fuck these women, I'm done. No, this is after years of tolerating disrespect. This is years after years after years of the same bullshit because it's the culture that's fucked up here. You know what I mean? It's the lifestyle that is messed up.
Let me tell you something that you probably know already. You place the welfare of others over those of your own, it never ends well, guys. Don't sacrifice your pension for some pussy. Have a little backbone. Have a little self-discipline, self-control. Be in control at all times.
So I would tell you, hey, y'all just would be like, lead line. I'm looking at it. Just to date and have it different experiences. You will have experiences abroad that you will never have in the United States. Not in your lifetime. Not if you could have 1,000 births. If you could be born 1,000 times, you would not have these experiences in the United States.
That's crazy.
I don't get one look. You know, I should really, there's a part of me, because I'm a content creator. There's a part of me, there's a person, and there's a part of me that wants to bring this, I want to bring this person on so she could tell you about my time in Mexico, because y'all weren't going to believe me if I started telling you this shit. I got some stuff that I would tell you, and y'all just would be like,
my boys are doing great. I'm doing great too. It's just on a global scale, and your partners, your friends might not relate to that. So one of the first signs that you are a traditional The new traditional black man is self-awareness. You realize, you already know things aren't going to be the same. It's different. You're different. Don't hold on to the umbilical cord of the United States if you don't have to. And I don't mean I'm not talking about family or friends. Keep your families, keep your friends. I'm talking about all the rigmarole that takes place in the States. As you evolve as a new traditional black man, stuff will have less and less to do with you. I tell Andrea this all the time. The reason why I still get my ass up 6 o'clock in the morning, or at 8 or at 10, go for a walk, go to the gym, work out, still do 5Ks, all that shit. Still got a good 10, 20 to drop off. Because I know my wife young. And I know young girls want something hot and attractive on their arm. They don't want nobody to look. If you their daddy age, don't look like they goddamn daddy. Get your fat ass in a gym somewhere. You want to fuck young women? First, be able to keep up. You got all these skills. You know how to flip flop. You know how to use all the toys and all that shit. But your ass can't keep up no more because you ain't taking care of your health. Get your proper sleep. Start drinking. Y'all see me? I drink the fuck out some water. Y'all see me drinking hand on.
The two things every human being wants, once they reach the age of understanding, are freedom and happiness. We spend our whole entire lives in search of these two elusive things. We move on average 11 times during our lives searching. We change lovers 7 times on average, searching for freedom and happiness. We change jobs 12 times on average in search of freedom and happiness. Two things every human being wants once they reach the age of understanding are freedom and happiness. My 3rd or 4th trip, when I stayed here for about 2.5 months, I realized, this place is different. I'm free over here. Nobody crosses the street when they see me coming. Matter of fact, they stay on the same side. A lot of times they greet you. I'm Sir Calvin over here. I'm no longer the #1 suspect. I don't even have a police record in America, but how many times have I been pulled over? How many times have I been harassed by the police? The police over here actually serve and protect me. When they do stop me, it's to take a picture with me, believe it or not. And when somebody asks to take a picture with you in the Philippines, it's sort of like asking for your autograph. It's really a compliment. No one follows me around in the store. If they do, it's to actually
I love when I get up in the morning, coming to the studio, making videos. Shout out to my man Dave. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, The Tech Show. Doing research. Got my Raider cup full of coffee every morning for my wife. Every morning, eating healthy. Gotta love it. Life here in Colombia.
He said it's a comedy skit.
But he didn't say it was a comedy skit. I don't know that.
But I told you I wasn't. But
okay, and I let it go.
You didn't let it go.
I'm not talking about it. You are. I don't give a fuck if you was a pimp or not.
But I don't give a. You keep asking me stupid shit.
I did not.
Why do you keep
what
asking
other
me
stupid shit do I ask you? What other stupid shit do I ask you?
Bring your fucking voice down.
No, you don't talk to me like that.
Bring your voice down.
No, you don't talk to me
you
like
bring
that.
your
You're
voice
not
down.
my daddy, though.
You can leave. You
can
leave. You can leave. You can leave. There you go. No. Let her go. No. Let her go. Go ahead. Bye bye. Go. You go.
No.
There you go. No, you can leave. Go ahead.
Why are y'all doing this?
You good. We good. Thank you. Have a good day, sweetie.
What is going on? How did this
all right. No. It's good. There you go.
Oh my God. What in the world?
There you go.
What just happened?
It was time for her to bounce.
Oh my God, maybe.
I know that out of respect to minorities. What the fuck? Stop! I want to get another right. Air right now. You punching air privately, swinging around eating some bananas. Fucking stupid bitch. Preach is crying right now, swinging from a monkey branch.
And why is she gonna end up with a poor mate? Because we as black men are not raising black boys to be the men that our women need. If we're going to be men, the first thing we got to do is take responsibility for why our women feel the way they feel.
I want you to listen to what this Negro has to say.
Of a white guy who married a black woman with black children. And in this video, the white guy was clowning black men and saying, you think I can't raise black boys? I raise them better than y'all do.
This is type of woke shit that I'm talking about right here that makes white men like Nick Fuentes get on the internet and be comfortable saying nigger. This is why motherfuckers like this are dangerous. And we've let these Negroes go on too long saying whatever they want to say. All this anti-black male rhetoric is what it is. This is why motherfuckers like this are dangerous. And we've let these Negroes go on too long saying whatever they want to say. All this anti-black male rhetoric is what it is.
We got too many PhDs screaming they woke. Sleep on the land and take us off for a joke. The blacks I see, immigrants, tap dancing, nigga shit. Homie, he ain't black like me. Ancestors fought and died with no guns. You hear disrespect, they speak with a forked tongue. We march for togetherness. All we really seeing is a bunch of sellout motherfuckers round here on tether shit. Separate better shit. We don't fuck with it, trick them celibate. Tell it to the donkey and the elephant. Here for the benefits. Damn right, talking to you immigrants. Over here acting like you innocent. In your homeland, you don't fuck with blacks. But getting handouts and money off our tax. And we ain't getting shit but some feel-good talk. And young black men outlined in white chalk. Time to spark change, the kind folks see. Produced by Baz, inspired by Uncle D. Give black men a voice, they only Umars on Friday. And trust me, our doctor ain't voice. My people rejoice, my lyrics ain't shooting and killing the black man. Make a motherfucking choice. When niggas do for money, clown and act a fool. Wearing dresses, finessing money just for a school. Tell it to these coons on a plantation, made it a celebration. Everybody to Zoom, blizzard in the room. So bundle up, trick. It's cold outside and he ain't taking no shit. This is why they hate us. Blood run deep, a generation of traitors. They wanna see us weak, you ain't a part of the family. Cold shoulder, fuck you, black men ain't shit. I'm sure the world will love you. Head down long enough, 50 plus years, you yelling that we ain't strong enough. Took them benefits and ran with it, it's Mayday. Took the kids away and now they Pookie and Ray Ray. This is where we separate.
Word, feel me? We gotta keep our black women safe. Why you got spray paint and what's the name?
Like, you keep this shit moving, bro. We don't play like that, bro.
Okay, bro. I don't give a fuck, bro. We don't play like that.
About, my nigga? Like, look at your van, my nigga. This is some weird shit. Don't come parking around this shit, my nigga.
Word, there's some other shit.
What's the name of the block? I don't know. Bro, get the fuck out of here, my nigga. Real shit, bro. And keep it going fast, bro.
Yo, that's some crazy. That's crazy, bro.
Get it understood, cause real black men wish a motherfucker would. So buck if you want to. On the next flight, we do whatever we want to. Blizzard King coming, everybody favorite uncle.
You got niggas with degrees enabling these motherfuckers by perpetuating these lies and negativity about black men. Most of you black men don't have kids. You ain't even got no wife. 31% of y'all are married, 51% of you don't have kids, and you're not married. That's 82% of black men who ain't did shit or are doing it the right way. It's 18% of men out there with children outside of wedlock. And of that group, they are better fathers than men of other races who are married to their women. Right. You black men are outstanding. You hear me? You are winning. Fuck what these PhD ass niggas are saying. You are winning. You are doing a great fucking job, especially considering what you had to do and deal with historically. Especially that. Nobody's saying that. These lying motherfuckers, man.
Dennis Sperling. This person has been negatively targeting, I would say targeting Black women negatively on social media. And it seems as though ever since Kevin Samuels died, he's been trying to, I don't know if he wants to be the next Kevin Samuels, if he wants to be the next person who's famous for disparaging Black women and for making someone try to feel a certain way, particularly Black women.
First they had Weight Watchers, now you got Hate Watchers. Let's get it. This is for my lovely young ladies like a hate. Blizzard King, Dennis Sperling. First let's get the record straight. I say it online, I can say it to your face. Not a bully, I'm just mean, know what I mean, no debate. It's time to put some motherfucking knowledge on your plate. Excuse me if I'm vulgar, but a king ain't sweet like cake. Holding court, living court, ladies, you just need a taste of what we've been through. Judge will set you up for crepe. And I ain't talking no more, I would not put on a cake. I do not confuse shit, we all gotta face reality. You woofing on your men like you an ape. My job is protecting Black men up in the space, and also putting rude bitches back up in their place. Cross-examination, yeah, I look good to the race. Man, be a man, nigga, say it with your chest. Cause soft-spoken men, these lovely ladies don't respect. I can care less, I do not do this for checks. I do this for my sons and the Black men I invest. It's time to get what I was, ladies, gotta pay your debt. You working with the same men who put it round our necks. You're not my sister, not my kind, you a threat. When the weather change, I hope you bitches feel dead. Let this be reminders to the ones who disrespect. We are God's chosen men. When you say Jesus, you mean us.
The only Jesus I know is him, and the one thing he don't need is a partner.
Shut the fuss, we discuss with your fuckery. Past 100 years, you ain't loving me. Who was on the front line fighting? Yeah, fuck is me. Building all them black towns? Yeah, fuck is me. Kicking riots off Michael Brown? Yeah, fuck is me. Now you wanna put us underground, not to fuck with me. Change your plans, baby, you can be replaced. Let freedom reign. No sunny white days, Martin Luther King. Single mama program chip for the simp queen. Mother goddess only gon' destroy us. It's the Blizzard King. Blizzard King. The Blizzard King. Yeah. Hate watch on the Blizzard King. Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. Hate watch on the Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. Yeah. Hate watch on the Blizzard King.
Say that's the bad guy. So say good night to the bad guy.
What I want to talk about today. There's this whole thing where Black men are just to blame for everything. We've been hearing this conversation about, are things Black men's fault? You know, we've heard some people say that if sisters
Fire for your mind. Kosherclinician.
If it ain't seven, it ain't kosher. Heaven and hell, that's what they told you. Real men put the strap down and we can toss them. Young heads picking back up and young dolphins. This is our culture. Now we talking kosher. Clinician, masculinity issues. Asking fathers who miss you. Mama drama don't kiss you. All a part of the ritual. This is how they get you. Separate the men, women, clipping babies, pretend to. Damn. Lovers, haters, acting like vultures. If it ain't seven, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, ain't right, gotta divorce us. If it ain't seven, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, ain't right, gotta divorce us. If it ain't seven, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, ain't right, gotta divorce us. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. This is kosher condition. 7 wonders, the whole world gotta listen. Listen.
All right, guys, thank you for tuning in on tonight. Bring it to you live from the greatest state in the union, the Tar Heel State. This show is dear to me as my dear friend Sunshine couldn't be on because of internet issues. But I want to prove something to you guys on tonight. While men should be very prudent when they travel abroad, I'm convinced that many men that travel abroad and give their power away are going through a mental health crisis. And they're going through a mental health crisis because they don't understand what their true power is. Frederick Douglass, guy, said it better than me. He said that power never conceded to anything without a struggle. It never have, and it never will. We're going to look at the variables on the night. Dre will be coming through at some point later. Sunshine, I know your internet is down. If you can do it on your phone, so be it. If not, we'll make it happen another time. And thank you for tuning in, Sunshine. But Sunshine is an older brother like myself. And we're going to look at some clips to some of you older, educated brothers that are beginning to travel, because the world is yours. But the world can be sabotaged if you don't know how to move when you travel abroad. The topic of the show tonight is passports and pearls. Don't cast your pearls to swine, either here in America or over abroad. Get your pens and paper ready, guys. I'm about to drop some fire for your mind on tonight. Let's do it. Bringing it to you live once again from the greatest state in the Union, the Tar Heel State, where the topography is serene, pristine, and verdant green, where every day is Father's Day, and where manhood is part of hills and valleys, victories and failures, and whereas men, we don't agree on all things or ideologies, but tonight we come together as allies of a common cause, only to dissipate once the crisis is over. Now listen, I'm about to drop some fire for your mind. But before I drop that fire, let's explore why we are doing the Manhood Chronicles. All right, guys, we're going to have a great show. My man Dre will be on at some point. My man Theo is in the back, and Theo, sit still. I'm going to bring you on, brother. Because, you know, men, it's very important that when you travel abroad, you know the importance of understanding female nature and female psychology. I told you, men, before in the past, consistent with Harriet Tubman. Harriet Tubman said, I could have freed a lot more if they didn't already know that they were slaves. And some of you men are slaves to the allure of a woman. You are slaves to the body of a woman. You are slaves to the desire of a woman. And when you travel abroad, consistent with what Sunshine said, you give your power away because some of you men are dealing with a condition called arrested development. Some of you men are actually older men, but developmentally, you are still in the stage that Erickson talked about called intimacy versus isolation. And some of you might be in identity versus role confusion. You don't have a healthy identity outside of a woman. Some of you men have never experienced intimacy. And because of that, you continue to be in a predicament where you are isolated because you don't know what your power is. The greatest power you can have with a woman is to become indifferent when she's not following you and following your leadership. Because I told you men in the past that women only respect power and strength. And Sunshine did a good clip, and I'm going to bring it on in a minute, Because Sunshine says some of you men are going to the Philippines. Some of you men are going to Colombia. And some of you men are going to Japan as well. And you're compromising your power because you don't know what, and you've never seen what true love is. You've never seen a feminine woman rub your head and rub your chest. You've never seen a woman touch you the way a foreign woman touch you. But consistent with the Israelites, guys, the Israelites couldn't go into the promised land because they weren't ready. And some of you men are not ready because you're still in a state of arrested development. Get the likes up, guys. We're going to have a good show on tonight. We're going to run the clip by Carl. Shout out to Sunshine Shoulders and his YouTube channel. And I'm going to tell you older men something. Your penises are not shriveled up if you work out. You still going to get young, fine, pretty women. Sunshine got him a beautiful Asian woman. He's 60, I believe, and his wife is in her early 40s. Dre is 54, 55. And Dre got him a young woman too, 28. So what you men don't understand is this: if you eat healthy, take care of your body, drink plenty of water, take your vitamins, don't deal with stress, you can still make a baby late because my man Sunshine got a young baby. And so to those that say that men in their 40s and 50s don't have it, you can have a baby on up to 70 if you're healthy. If you don't believe me, ask Abraham. But this show is important, guys, because many times we talk about the passport movement, but we don't prepare men for travel. We don't prepare them. And some of you men need to come see me for a non-diagnostic consultation to help you get ready to go to the promised land. Because some of you men have given your resources away, your pension away, because once again, your self-esteem is low. Theo Waff, we're making waves, brother. We're making waves. We're making waves, Theo Waff.
Hey, John.
And how you doing, brother? And Theo Waff is a very intelligent brother. Him and I both are Gen X. He's going to be part of the Black Manosphere Conclave. But Theo, you know firsthand about how American men, sadly, some American black men, compromise their power when they travel abroad because they don't stand in power, Theo. They stand in a state of arrested development. Tell the audience who you are, why you're so happy to empower black men with the work that you're doing, and what you've seen in Japan, Theo, as it relates to men compromising their power.
So my name is Theo Waff. I've been a passport bro since 1991. I speak 4 languages. I've lived in 4. So I've been to over 40 countries. I've lived to over 20 years abroad. Got 2 master's degrees. And I work in cloud security or cloud security architecture and DevSecOps. I work in all 3 clouds, AWS, Azure, and GCP. And I teach black men in the manosphere how to work in cloud so they can have a remote job and they can actually become passport pros. But if you're in my class and you are one of my students, you will know very well that I am extremely Crimson Capsule based. I'm just saying it for the filters. And I don't play around. And if I see that you're simping, that you are losing your power, that you are worshiping a woman, that you can't, if you're like wishy-washy in decisions, I will critique you extremely quickly.
Yes.
And tell you how you're supposed to act, what your role is abroad, and how to be a man abroad. So I don't play around at all on this. And I just want to say, guys, like when I was abroad, like that long time for 16 years in Japan, I was slowly moving to the Crimson Capsule. And I wish I had done it sooner. It would have saved me a lot of heartbreak and pain and suffering. And I see men abroad, particularly black men abroad, like just being the biggest blue pill guys ever and simping to a level that I've never like seen before. And I understand why they're doing it, but I always want to go up to them and say, stop. For your own sake, please stop. Because you're shooting yourself in the foot. And you don't know the kind of woman that you could really get or that you really deserve based upon who you are.
Right.
You are just throwing it all out the window constantly. So stop.
You know, Theo, you have evolved. We are evolving as men. And there are critics that would say, Theo, that some of you men are old and shriveled up. And they think because of our age, we don't have the power to date, if I was a single man, younger, attractive women. What is it like for a man of your prestige, a man of your power? I think you're in your late 40s, early 50s. Yeah. What kind of power does a man like you have over broad? And why are foreign women so in love with American expats, especially black men?
They love us because we don't use power. And most of us have been raised in a matriarchy to some degree. So we understand women and we actually can work with women in their environment. So because of that, and then you have the culture, the move, like hip hop, rap, stuff like that, cool stuff, right? Because of it, the women usually like us, or there's a significant amount of women abroad who like us. Now, something else I have to point out. Again, I've been abroad for a long time. Black men, and I'm talking including African men at this point, usually have the international skill or capability of learning another language and mastering it. And it's very different from European men, in particular the English speakers, who are usually notoriously monolinguals. So we go abroad and we speak their language. We know the pulse of the culture, and we're just sitting there talking and we're not using power. A lot of women just sit there and go goo goo gaga, and they love it. So that's usually why we get a lot of women straight out wherever we go.
No doubt, no doubt. You know, now it's a time for empowerment. Now it's a time for enlightenment for a lot of men. I want you to talk about, Theo, succinctly, a time where you gave your power away. And I want you to talk about how Asian culture could potentially exploit you, especially Japan, if you're not careful. Because we know that Japanese people can be docile and very genteel. But also, Asians are passive-aggressive. What did you experience, Theo, with Asian women that could have compromised you as a man?
Oh, that's a great question. So I'll give you an example. When I was married to a Japanese woman, in our first year of marriage, she set the schedule. She set the tone of the marriage. And I thought that if I just basically sat back, followed her, and did whatever was necessary to make her happy wife, happy life, right? Mm-hmm. I did that, and the amount of misery that I experienced, I cannot really explain. It still affects me to this day. And I was lonely. I wasn't able to direct the marriage properly. And I was ending up holding her bag while she went shopping.
Oh, wow.
Carrying her bags, like grocery bags, 2 or 3 miles back home, and being absolutely miserable. Like, I can't really describe how bad it was the first year. And she was totally happy because she had this big, American man as a husband doing everything for her. Like, I was cleaning, I was vacuuming, I was making also all the money. I was at $120,000 a year. She was at $35,000 a year. So I crushed her financially. I never made any rules. I was just like, you're free to do what you want, and let's go with your flow. And I got to see the repercussions of that. And so basically, I was a guy who rarely drank, and within the first year of our marriage, I was borderline alcoholic. Yeah.
So it sounds like to me, Theo, you compromised a lot of your power. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, I was compromising my power greatly, and it wasn't until the end of the first year I was kind of like, taking walks, and I was thinking, you have to change this situation. This cannot continue. Like this, you have a bad situation. This marriage is not going to work correctly unless you change like a lot of the framework that's going on. And this is because of you. It's not because of her. She's just being herself. And so I had to work to correct the marriage. It really wasn't until the end of the second year that things started going in the right direction.
What's some practical advice that you can give some of these young men, Theo, about Asian culture? And before you tell me, shout out to the guys that donated to the channel on tonight. Shout out to my man, Salty Balls. Salty Balls said, scroll up the healer 77, hail to the healer, for thou help men to feel complete sevenfold. Brethren, lend him your ears as he will guide you to the pinnacle of the great pyramids of Maslow hierarchy of self-actualization. Shout out to him. And then shout out to my man, The Quiet Storm, for tonight's therapy session. Salute to the older black men who paved the way to set the blueprint for black men, not only in the black manosphere, but life in general. Salute to Theo, Obsidian, Kosher, Andre, Kevin Sanders, and many others. And also shout out to my brother, Dr. Dunder, for the 5. Here to support you, brother. Thank you, Dr. Dunder. I appreciate it. And because Salty and Quiet Storm donated, you guys are the #1 sponsor of this stream. Thank you, guys.
Right?
Appreciate
That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
All right. My man Sunshine Showed us talked about a lot. He gave some great points about men going abroad.
I could talk about Asian culture. I could talk about
go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Okay. I wish I understood so much about the Crimson Capsule regarding being your best version of yourself and being your own man. And I was only that way within my career and academics. But with my personal life, I was not. And there were many reasons for this. But basically, I was love depraved, touch depraved. Like, I was in a big city. I was lonely, but I was also lonely before I went to Tokyo. And if I was able to get a wife, I was going to try to wife her up immediately, right? So my wife was actually 2 years older than me. And I thought that I was going to have a more stable environment. I was totally wrong with that one. So the first thing that I suggest you really have to be, according to Asian culture, particularly Japanese and Korean, is you need to be the best version of yourself. You need to be your own man. You need to follow your own rhythm, your own road, but also know how to work with others. Then you must be masculine, because the woman is going to be feminine, and she's going to say, look, I'm feminine. I'm not going to change, and I'm only going to be feminine. You have got to be feminine at all times. Sorry, you have to be masculine at all times.
Right.
No exceptions. You show any weakness, you show any like feminine traits, anything like that, ain't gonna work. So to be honest, I got a taste of that when I was in Russia. My Russian girlfriend was hyper feminine, and I recognized when I was 20 years old, I was at St. Petersburg State University, that I had to be masculine for her. Like I couldn't like anything that wasn't masculine, like 100% masculine, was wrong. I needed to be 100% masculine for her. And I really started upping my game. But when I got to Japan, it was even more just being masculine. And that means there's a lot of things, like you have to do the orders at the restaurant. She tells you what she wants to eat. It's good to ask her, she'll tell you. But you have to talk to the waiter or the waitress. You have to do all the orders. You have to speak in her language. You have to say specifications. If there's a problem, you have to deal with it. She doesn't do anything. She just sits there. She actually just watches you, and she's actually really happy you do it. You have to pay 100%. There is no 50-50. But the prices are so low there, it's kind of easy to do. And that's another thing. It makes sure your money is right, or else you're not going to be ready for these women.
Right.
This is all of Asia. She's looking at you to have your act together, to have proper discipline with your life, and to have proper vision about where you're going in the future, and to be able to make decisions. And if you can't do that, she's like, why are you here? Yeah.
You know, you gave some very good information. And Dr. William Glasser, Theo, said that that there are 5 elemental principles that a person needs. And Dr. Glasser called it reality therapy. But Dr. Glasser said that the 5 elemental principles are power, fun, freedom, belonging, and survival. Dr. Glasser said a person needs 5 elemental principles in order to feel competent and whole. Between those 5, Theo, which one were you lacking that more or less put you in the position where you sabotage your power? Before you answer that question, shout out to my man Salty Balls for the $10 super sticker. He said, you know you got to play it. The hate vouchers, the sound of that jet, no doubt. And that's a deal, right? I appreciate it. Thank you, my brother.
That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
And then shout out to my man Sunshine. I got you, Sunshine. All right, I got you, Sunshine. I'm sending to you now, brother. And Patriot Turner, I want to say something, sir. I don't know you, but we don't disrespect the guest, man. You know, I don't know you, brother, but if you got a question, you can donate to the channel. If you got a question, but we don't disrespect the guest, man. Whatever beef you got with Sunshine, I ain't got nothing to do with that. So if you want to donate to the channel, you can do that, brother. But we don't do that. Unless Sunshine want to talk to you directly, when I bring him up, we'll talk about it. But if you got any questions, donate to the channel, Patriarch Turner, and thank you for tuning in, brother. But you know, yeah, go ahead, brother.
So you have the 5 points, and you're asking me which one was I lacking?
Yes, sir.
Let's go over those 5 again. Make sure I heard all 5 of them, because I was lacking various points regarding in my relationships, and because of that, I really wasn't able to not only command the relationship, but not only command my own personal life. And so I'm if you could say like some of those 5 again, I didn't hear.
Power.
Okay, power.
Fun, freedom, belonging, and survival.
Fun and belonging were gone. Absolutely nuked. And I didn't understand how bad the problem was. So it wasn't actually until I came back to America and I had 2 sets of therapy that those problems were corrected.
Okay, talk about that.
Yeah, because I recognized that there were certain problems with my parents that I had to deal with. And because of it, I was always running in a hyper responsible area. It's one thing what do they call it? The Atlas syndrome. It was that I was thinking that I always had to solve super problems, and I had to be everything. So basically, I had to be the parent or the adult in all of my relationships and in everything that I was doing. Everything depended on me, and this was a problem that I had from my childhood. So the therapist had to work to get rid of this, and this is a problem because of my parents, not because of me. It's specifically my parents. So I had to work to actually create an inner child, and then give the child a childhood. And when that started happening, I started having fun, and that was the first time in my life that I had fun. So then the belonging started working a little bit better after that, and belonging was part of a manifestation of the fun, because I could actually relax and be a part of a group Whereas before, I was like bearing all the burdens of the group. So I was like a workhorse, right? I was the one who was doing all the heavy labor. And that was the problem.
You know, men are beginning to wake up, Theo, and some men are going through what's called an existentialist crisis. Let's talk about your existentialist crisis, Theo, and when you begin to evolve and see the world from a greater reality. But before you talk about that, also shout out once again to Gregory Scotland for the $15 super chat. He said, salute to Kosher and Theo. These are needed conversations with so much foolishness going around. These men will provide solid advice and help on the vision. Praise to the manosphere, no doubt. And that's a deal, right? Appreciate it.
That's a deal, right?
Theo,
That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
That loss of identity.
Got 5 on it.
Yeah. So, Sati Bosch, you said that's a loss of identity due to parentification.
Right.
Yes. I was trying to avoid the word parentification, but that's exactly what it was.
Yes, sir.
And so what happened was the first therapy that I had was childhood survivor of narcissistic parents.
Right.
And my therapist thought I had parentification, but I was too weak at that time to talk about it. So I had enough problems to solve with the narcissism, the survivor issue with narcissism. And then when it was actually Kevin Samuels, Coach Greg Adams, Bernard Riley, and Game Changer. They were in 2021, I was on different panels talking, and I was just saying things off the cuff. And I said things that people were like taking me over to the side and said, "You're abused. You have a problem. You need to solve this." And I decided to do the next round of therapy. And my therapist said, like, "Yeah, he always suspected it was there." So I started really talking about it. And then it was I think that was one of the most painful experiences in therapy. It was absolutely gruesome because you just know how much you've lost. And you have to create the child. But when I did it, I used narrative therapy a lot.
Narrative therapy,
Yeah, in order to do reconstructions about how it was supposed to be and how my relations were supposed to be. When I did it, again, it took a few months, I started healing. And I was able to do confrontation with my parents, and particularly my father, and say, like, "You're wrong. Like, you did I love you, Dad, but you did this is really wrong. Like, what you did is just horrible." And what my mom did was beyond comprehension. So what my therapist said was, if I had been a minor saying what was going on, he would have just called the state and had me removed from the house.
Wow.
Yeah.
And let's talk about what that looked like in relationships. And we're going to talk about it in a minute. But I want to bring this clip up with Sunshine. Hold tight. And guys, if you want to donate to the channel, if you want to donate by Cash App, send me an asterisk, write your comment down, and then, guys, you can send the Cash App, because when you send through YouTube takes 30% of your money. So if you want all the money to go to the content creator, send a Cash App, because they take 30% of your money. But I'm going to show you guys something, and this is going to add to the conversation. And my man, Sunshine, will be on at some point. Hold tight.
On the line, for goodness sake.
Why has it become okay to be a fool in the Philippines? Is it because so many men have come over here and set the precedent that it's okay to be a damn fool? Then justify it by saying, "Oh, it's my money. I can give it away if I want to. Or as long as I'm happy, who cares? Fair exchange is no robbery." Why has it become okay to be a fool in the Philippines? Are there any real men left over here? Men who run their own households. Men who aren't henpecked. Men who aren't pussy whipped. Men who aren't throwing away their life savings on strangers. Are there any real men left over here who live life on their own terms? instead of following around behind some young woman half their age. Are there any real men left in the Philippines? Where are the real men in the Philippines?
No. All right, Dale, what did you see? What do you think about what Sunshine said? And what would you tell young men about continuing to evolve in situations like this?
I would tell them just to go to the Philippines and enjoy themselves. Make sure you know what you want. Don't run through chicks. But, you know, if you find someone that you really like, go for a deep relationship. So a lot of guys can do this in the Philippines because the Filipinas are actually amazing women. I was with a Filipina. It's one of the best relationships I had in my life. But if you're not going to make a decision and you're just going to be like, I can get this chick and that chick, you don't belong there. In fact, you don't even belong abroad. You should just stay in the United States, because all you're doing is making the country look bad and you're making yourself look bad. And then you're just going abroad and exporting your foolishness over there. So just stay here. But if you can make a decision and you're structured and you're responsible, then yeah, you can actually have fun and chill out with a woman and enjoy her and have a normal adult relationship.
Theo, I create a term called affection deprivation. Mm-hmm. And it sounds like what Sunshine is talking about is called affection deprivation. Mm-hmm. A lot of men that travel struggle with affection deprivation. There goes Sunshine.
So did I. I had this problem.
Okay, Sunshine, how you doing, brother? Salute the Sunshine Shoulders. How you doing, sir? What's going on? All right.
Hey, salute to you, brother. Thank you for inviting me.
No doubt, man. No doubt.
I'm here in the terminal, man. I'm waiting on my ferry, so I don't know how long I'll be able to continue, but I did want to accept your invitation.
Yes, I appreciate it. You know, Sunshine, you and I are in the dawn of our life. You're a couple years older than me. But what practical advice, Sunshine, would you give to American expats that travel and how they need to move when it comes down to dealing with Philippine women or Asian women in general?
Certainly have a plan. Now, remember, I'm not an expert or anything. This is just 15 years of back and forth to Southeast Asia. Mm-hmm. But you certainly have to have a plan. Mm-hmm. That's number one. And then when you're dealing with women over here, see, they're used to the man being in control of the household. There is no invisible line. It's a definite line there. And you have to assume your natural place in the chain over here. Yes, otherwise, they're going to disrespect. They're going to disrespect you. Mm-hmm. Okay, so when I can't go in the kitchen and cook, I can't wash clothes, I can't clean up the house. Okay, there's a definite line there. And a lot of us, we're not used to assuming that role. You know, in America, they've got that ever-changing line. Mm-hmm. You don't know if you got to clean up today or pay the bills. But there's no guesswork over here. Mm-hmm. You better come over here and you better be the man, or you're going to have a lot of problems. And they'll notice that real quick.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. You know, Sunshine, you talked about self-esteem. I'm a licensed therapist from the Tar Heel State. What do you see in the self-esteem of men that travel? I've got a bad signal because I'm outside. You're fine. What do you see in the self-esteem of men that travel, black or white, that's compromising their power when it comes down to Philippine women? I don't know if you heard me.
Looks like his signal is down. I can talk on that.
Go ahead until Sunshine come back. Go ahead.
Okay, so you have some guys, if their self-esteem is low, then they're gonna chase after I'm
trying to get
the most
where I can get a good signal.
Take your time, brother. Take your time.
They're gonna chase after the most unsure, unpredictable unreliable kind of woman, and a woman who's ultimately going to try to control him. It doesn't even matter what level she is or how he is, how strong he is. If he's unsure, she's going to take over if she can. And that happened not only in the Philippines, but it also happened in Japan. So I've seen this happen. So many of my friends, and they had to learn how to be masculine. And if they didn't, then the woman would just continually treat them like crap. And eventually they got married. For myself, I was learning, this was a learning curve, and I was learning more and more and more about it. And I was getting stronger on this and not allowing women to control me. But I couldn't believe, like, when I needed to really understand the idea of maintaining frame from day one. And now I understand that, right? But back then I didn't. So yeah, it's a learning curve. What can I say? So I'm good with it now. But back then, nah.
No doubt, no doubt. Shout out to my man, Salty Balls, for the $10 super chat. He said immediately donated, sent to your area, and I appreciate it, brother. Thank you, brother, for the 10. I appreciate it.
It's the money.
Men don't understand the power that they have, Theo, when they travel. You're doing a great job trying to get men prepared to become expats, to have money as they travel abroad. You got a powerful software program that we're going to be talking about at the Manosphere Conclave. But why are you so invigorated? Why are you so invigorated, man, to see this new transition in black male empowerment, but also why are you so invigorated to tell your story and to keep young men inspired?
I'm invigorated because I don't want the other men to suffer like I did. And I saw what was possible with relationships, and I was like, oh yeah, this is the way. This is much better. And so when I finally, like, when I went through the steps, I learned female nature. I went through everything that I needed to, right? I was in a pretty good position. My cash is good, and you know, my mind is good, and I'm ready to go. I just have to lose some weight. But I'm working on that, right? But I saw guys who were completely controlled, and I was like, no, man, like, I have to really show you what's really going on. And at least what I was able to do first was get my money right, and then get my career right, and get all the basics of that done. And then now I can start going towards the woman, and I have my mindset with that. So I'm not simping for something. I understand being emotionally, like, that. What do you say? Affection deprived? Something, that's a term used.
Affection deprivation.
Affection deprivation. I know how to deal with that now.
Right.
I can balance that. Whereas when I was younger, no, I was miserable. So I didn't know. So it was, women were ultimately able to get me in a bad way. Our guest is here, so I'll turn it over to him.
So Sunshine, you talked about a lot of black men compromising their power. You have a beautiful young Filipino wife. You're 60. You look good for your age. But I want you to talk about how men, what you see, what do you see black men and white men compromising when they travel to the Philippines, and what it's like to be married to a woman that's about 18 years younger than you?
Well, first of all, like I said before, I'm not an expert or I'm not a licensed therapist. This is just based on what I'm seeing, what I'm living, what I'm experiencing.
Yes, sir.
We tend to overcompensate when we come over here because the women that we're dealing with, they're so much more attractive, so much more submissive, and it's not what we're used to. Okay, we've been beat down so much over in the West. So when we come over here, where they want to place us where we should be, we're uncomfortable with that. We're uncomfortable with that position. And this is what I'm seeing. You know, I'm not picking on the brothers because, you know, nobody comes from as far back as we have to be successful, as far as I'm concerned. But that's what I see. So a lot of times, you know, I don't want to call it simping because these guys are successful in everything that they do at home. But for some reason, they come over here and they throw away their common sense. They throw it out the window. They do things that you would never imagine them doing at home.
Well, they definitely simping, Sunshine. I call them unconscious simps. They don't know they're doing it, but I call it unconscious simping. It's a pathology where they lack self-awareness. And you're right, men compromise their power when they don't know and understand different ecosystems. When you try to convey or share the knowledge that you have about dealing with women in the Philippines and Theo in Japan, is it met with hostility, or do they listen to you, ingest, and change their behavior based on what you've seen?
Now, you talking to Theo?
I'm talking to you, Sunshine.
Okay. Now, you're saying that, let's repeat yourself, because I'm thinking you're talking.
I'll answer that. I'll answer that one. So what I saw in the Philippines was, and also in Japan, was if I did not compromise myself, if I was strong and I was leading, there was no problems. But what happened was I would get tired, and I was doing so much. I was always doing everything in the relationship. Mm-hmm. So then I would start compromising myself. And what I saw that also with other black men, I saw them having hard enough time in life already. So they were depraved to some degree. And so, like, you see like a guy who's like 40 years old, he would be dating someone who would be like between the ages of 38 and 42. Mm-hmm. And I'm looking at him and I'm like, you're successful. You are.
Hey, hold on, Theo. I'm Sugar Bum. You're acting like a jackass. So I'm going to ask you, if you're not going to respect my platform, you can take your ass and exit left. Because first of all, we've never seen your face. So you could be a man, or you could be a heifer or a pig. But I'm going to ask you again, if you want to keep your ass in this chat, you need to remain silent, or your ass going to be exited left. Because I get so sick of goofy, ugly women like you denigrate a movement. If you don't want to be here, take your ass and exit left. This is your last warning. Go ahead, Theo.
So you see these guys who are like 40 years old, mm-hmm. dating women between the ages of 38 and 42.
Right.
And I would be looking at them and I'm like, look, you're 40 years old. You've got everything else together. You
mm-hmm.
can date a 21-year-old. Like, she'll go out with you happily. She'll be thrilled to be with you. And he doesn't have it in his head that he can date her. But you would see like the white guys come over and they'd be like, yeah, 40 years old. He doesn't have that together. He's dating a 21-year-old. Mm-hmm. Like that. And I'm like, stop it. So, yeah, you really do have to know who you are and then maintain frame, and you're going to be okay.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah, so what I was saying, Sunshine, the things that you see, you're doing well in the Philippines. You understand how men should move. But, so many try to shame black men, like this idiot that's in the chat, a typical black woman hyena, one that likes feminine demure. How do the Philippines deal with obtuse women like Sugar Bum in the chat that's constantly bumping her gums, probably is post-40, and perhaps ran through? But how does the Philippines deal with women like this woman in the chat?
Well, they're few and far between.
Right.
There's no feminism over here.
Right.
If it is, it's really, really quiet. So, yeah, they don't deal with that. The man is always at the top. He eats first.
Right.
I eat by myself at the table, not because I want to do that. That's mm-hmm. their culture. Mm-hmm. So, you have to get used to living in another culture.
Yes,
Our problem is we think that everything that happens in America and in the West happens everywhere else.
Right.
And that's the problem we have. Mm-hmm. So you're talking about women, but a lot of my pushback comes from black men. And I don't understand it. Maybe because they're seeing me doing something that they want to do.
Right.
I mean, it's more of they're misinterpreting what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. They're not even looking at what I'm doing. I want people to see what I'm doing.
Right.
Not so much as what I'm saying. I'm not Dr. Kosher Clinician. Okay, I want them to see, hey, it's another option over here. One option is the Philippines.
Here's what I've been able to do. But they'll nitpick me to death because they're not used to assuming the role that I've assumed over here. Okay, say for instance, I had an affair, okay, but me and my woman worked through it because she knows that I'm a high value man over here.
No doubt.
But all these saints jump in my comments, all from the West, mostly black men with this, I don't know what it is, this moral, they're on some type of moral hilltop.
Yes, sir.
And I'm like, brother, this is real life over here.
Yes,
I'm
sir.
trying to show you that things don't operate the same way here as they do at home. Okay? Don't bash me. I mean, if my woman's all right with it, you should be all right with it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm glad you said that, man. It's weird, and I love the fact, Sunshine, that you didn't run away from the comments because I love that about you. Normally, I kick people out when they talk about my guests. But I love the fact that you addressed it as a man because you don't owe me no response. I respect you as a man. You don't owe nobody a response. But some people tend to take, they get self-righteous, and I don't know this brother Turner. I don't know him, but if you got a problem with Sunshine, perhaps you should address that with him. You don't come on the platform castigating people. Just say, even if it's true. That ain't none of my business. I don't care about that. I can love the brother and respect the brother for who he is and what he's trying to do. And even if it is the truth, then maybe you guys can have a conversation in private on his channel. If he want to talk to you, he can do it at some point. But we're here to talk about black men being empowered. And many times, Sunshine, they try to depower black men. You at one point, Sunshine, was in the West Coast, I believe. And tell me some of the struggles or some of the things you saw with dealing with women in the West. But before you tell me, shout out to my man, Ron Scudder. Shout out to Calvin, the clinician and the gang for the 10. No doubt it's a deal, right? I appreciate it. And then also shout out to my man.
That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right? Got 5 on it.
What that means. But anyway, he said, hello, Coach and Theo. I'm the former bus driver. My students got their passports. They met fit, feminine, and friendly, busty Latinas and busty Brazilians and having the time of their lives. No doubt, man. I appreciate it. And it's good to have and hear those stories, man. But
that's a bet, right?
And then also shout out to my man Peaceful Life. He says, salute, brothers. Can we get a clear definition of the word simple for the record? Because a lot of people don't truly understand what it means. And I'll tell you what it is. And this is what I believe it is, Calvin. It's nothing wrong with a man being kind to his woman. But I came up with 2 types of simps. One is a conscious simp, and one is an unconscious simp. The conscious simp knows what he's doing, but he does it anyway because he's been conditioned to serve women instead of letting the women serve him on the front end. The conscious simp stands for sacrificing important masculine principles. But the unconscious simp stands for supplementing irrational male patterns of behavior. So basically, these men have been conditioned since infancy to more or less placate to the woman and give their power away, because men don't give their power away, but males do. So it's not wrong to treat a woman well. That's not simple if that woman is serving you. Like you got a Filipino wife. If your wife is serving you and respecting you as a man, it's not wrong with taking your wife to dinner or buying her a nice dress or whatever. But it becomes a problem when you're always living your life to please a woman and you're devaluing yourself as a man and you're not getting anything in return. You're living your life to please her. You don't set values, you don't set boundaries, you don't set expectations, and you keep having these circular arguments with these obtuse women like the idiot that was in the chat because they don't know their damn place as a woman. So what do you say about what I just said a minute ago, brother?
As far as, well, I'm not from the West Coast. I'm from a little bitty place called Louisville, Kentucky.
Oh, Louisville. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and we're dealing with the same thing most black men deal with. That I call it the triangle of death.
Right.
It's the thugs, it's the stress, and it's the police. Mm-hmm. That's really what we're dealing with. That's what I was running from. Mm-hmm. And the fact of that inflation, that high cost of living. See, I'm a successful insurance agent, but $100,000 was nothing anymore. Mm-hmm. I had to work twice as hard just to maintain my same lifestyle. Mm-hmm. So I was looking for
a place where my money was going to go farther. Okay, you know, as far as simping, man, like I said, I'm 60 years old. I don't know a whole lot about that, but I do know that it's all about self-preservation.
Self-preservation, right.
You know, if you don't take care of yourself, how are you going to take care of somebody else?
Right,
and that's what I see over here. Guys spend all their money on women, and then they have nothing left for themselves. I'll give you a perfect example. The brother is a black guy. Because, you know, I see hundreds of guys. I've got a 50,000 subscriber channel. I mean, hundreds of people. I've got a meet and greet coming up on Monday in the morning. You know, I mean, tomorrow, you know, maybe 100 guys will be there. So I see a lot of people where he gave away, he was working as an over-the-road truck driver, sending all his money over here, like $250,000 to a woman who's never earned over $200 a month. Well, when he finally gets over here, she's mismanaged the money. Okay, the house isn't done, and he just simply says, hey, why don't we sell this piece of land so we can finish the house? She hit him with this. No, I'm not selling nothing. Who's going to take care of me and the kids when you're dead? Okay, see, so this is what I see us doing over here. That money, he's 63. That money should have last him for the rest of his life over here. But he put her needs in front of his.
Yes, sir. Right.
And
right.
I see that a lot over here. I just see that a lot.
Let me ask you a question, Sunshine. You know, you look very good for 60. And you have critics that say, oh, you know, these old dried up men, which is funny to me. But you got a young wife. And you have, how many kids you got, Sunshine? 1 or 2?
I've got 7 altogether.
You got 7. So how many do you have with your current wife? One. So a man that's 60 in the Philippines that look good like you, what are his prospects for getting a traditional wife? And how do you maintain that traditional wife?
It's 100%. There's no doubt. See, and this is, you make a great point about that when you say men like me, because all expats aren't the same.
Right.
Some expats are all out of shape. They're older. They're not men. They still can't take care of themselves. If you can take care of yourself, it's no doubt you're going to have that. You're going to have basically the woman of your choice over here.
Right.
And all you have to do to maintain that is be the man in the family.
Right.
See, it's clear cut over here, doctor. There's no blurred lines or nothing like that. I'm the maintainer, the provider, and the protector. Period. And I don't do anything else. And that's the way it should be. But I had to get used to that. I had to learn that.
Right.
Because that wasn't what was happening in Louisville, Kentucky.
Right. Talk about what you saw in Louisville, Kentucky, and when you realized, you know what, it's time for me to move forward and find a woman that's going to honor and respect me as a man. Talk about the culture in Louisville, Kentucky, compared to the Philippines and the femininity.
Well, excuse my language, but my American wife, I was married for 18 years to a beautiful sister.
Okay.
She told me, she said, niggas like you come a dime a dozen.
Okay.
And when she said that, after I had moved us out of I picked us up out of the mud, literally living in the projects, Beecher Terrace project, moved us into a 3,700 square foot house with a walkout basement, brand new convertible, did the whole 9 yards, set her up with a daycare center. And then she disrespected me like that on a daily basis.
Wow.
I never was the man of the family. Now, you flip that over here in the Philippines, it's totally different. My woman appreciates every little thing I do. You know, I saw the guy say, hey, you built that house over there. You can't own land. Yeah, but my daughter is a U.S. citizen. She's going to grow up in the Philippines. I built that house for her to make sure she's got a place to stay. That's a big deal over here. This is what I'm talking about, misinterpreting me. These guys are just simply haters. All they have to do is ask me that, doctor, and I would tell them, but that's the big deal.
You don't have to worry about it. I gave this person a chance to come up and talk. I don't like people disrupting our stream. You know, you always got jackasses always trying to come and disrupt the good of black men. If this man had an issue with you, I gave Patriot Turner several times to talk, and he never donated to the channel. So you're not going to be damn flooding the chat with some of these goofy black women like Sugar Bum and this brother, I'm flooding my damn chat. Because if you're going to be flooding my damn chat, you're going to pay me. These shows aren't for free. And you know, what I'm learning, Sunshine, women like Sugar Bum got to be dealt with expeditiously. She's probably an overweight chick. You know, she talk about me, but I'm 6'5", 6'6". And my whole point is, I don't even know what Sugar Bum look like, but Sugar Bum would be a nobody abroad. She would get her ass dealt with expeditiously abroad. She would get chin checked for disrespecting men abroad. And that's what women don't understand. They bring their goofy asses into men chats, men space. You're not adding to the comment because you're a loser. 9 times out of 10, she's been ran through. She don't have a husband because she got too much damn mouth, like some of these black women in America. And they think they're gonna come in my damn chat talking shit. Sugar Bum, on your best day, you couldn't see me, sweetie. You couldn't afford a man of my quality. You're a nobody to me. I went to an elite school, the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. I'm 6'6". My credit score is almost 800. So I'm not even mesmerized by a ran through 3 or 4 like yourself, because until you show your damn face, you ain't got the right to be judging the men on this pound. And I had to say that because I get sick of women like her and some of these damn wild hyenas coming to men's spaces running their mouths. When you come to my space, you will be quiet or your ass can exit left. And forgive me for getting out of character, but sometimes you have to do that because black women in America, some of them, shout out to the good sisters, don't know their damn place. You don't come in men's spaces running your mouth. You bring your ass in here, you learn and you listen. If you don't like what we're saying, take your ass on. But you're not going to bring your ass in my chat running your mouth. Because like I said, on your best day, you can be with a man of my quality. And until I see your face and see, and you get a gynecological exam for me to determine if you ran through, don't bring your ass back to my channel again. Now, enough of that, because I had that was a public service, announcement of Sunshine. But what is it like to deal with a Filipino woman? You said that they are soft and feminine, but being an older man, but you're in damn good shape. What is it like to be with a Philippine woman, and the allure of being with a woman that feminine?
Well, in a nutshell, and my woman will tell you herself, they treat you like a king. Mm-hmm. You know, no is not in the vocabulary. Right. You know, I have sex every day.
Oh, wow.
2 or
every
3
day?
times a day.
Wow.
Any kind of way, any way I want it, wherever I want it. Mm-hmm. It's just not, they feel it's their obligation. It's a traditional thing. See, because as long as I'm doing what I'm supposed to do, she's going to do what she's supposed to do. I call it the unspoken agreement. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's what I call it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. No words have to be spoken. Mm-hmm. I'm going to do this. You're going to do that. Mm-hmm. And and it's a smooth, transition is nothing. There's no problems. Right. I've never had a problem over here.
Right. Go ahead.
So after I lost my Japanese wife, I was in the Philippines, and the second woman I was with, I was 34 and she was 25, and I was the man in the relationship. I was just doing what I thought was mainly man duties, and it's exactly what Sunshine is saying. She did what she thought was her duty, and I was like, wait, are you sure? What? I was totally surprised. And let's just say that no was not in her vocabulary. And boy, I said her name very loudly a lot. Yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed it. It was a wonderful experience. So what he is saying is totally correct. But a lot of guys are not ready for that. And in particular, if you are looking for validation from the woman, you're dead. And a lot of guys are looking for validation. Fortunately, with my Filipina, I was not looking for validation. I had learned by that point. But a lot of guys are, and they're not going to make it in the Philippines or in Asia with that kind of mentality.
No doubt. Shout out to my man, Peace for Life for the 10. He said, Calvin, great workout video on your channel. Excellent motivational content, self-care and self-preservation. Totally agree. And that's a deal, right? I appreciate it. And then also shout out to my man, Gregory Scotland.
That's a deal, right?
He said, Will Smith is an example of an unconscious simp, right? And then also shout out to the Quiet Storm, kosher whooping ass with that Leo swag, no doubt. Us Leos don't play, man. You know, I don't like for folks to come into my chat causing disruption and disrespect. I'm gonna show you guys something that I like what Sunshine did, and he had some good stuff. I want to show you guys some. Hold tight, and I'm gonna finish running this. Hold
Enough
tight.
to talk about. She belongs to the streets. Don't ruin your mental health. Book a session if she's doing this.
In sickness.
In sickness.
And in health.
And in health.
To love.
To love.
Cherish.
Cherish.
And to obey.
We didn't talk about that one in counseling.
We did talk about that in counseling. Yes, we did. So you want me to repeat?
So you know, American women, Sunshine. You know, you're not from the old school. You're a little older than me. But there was a time, Sunshine, where women were told to love, honor, and obey. Do foreign women obey their husbands, in your opinion? And if they don't, what is the penalty for being disobedient to your husband?
Well, I'm just going to tell you from a Filipino point of view, from what I'm seeing. It's usually a beat down because the men here, they're machismo. They don't play that. There's no disrespect.
Right.
Even the lowest man on the totem pole over here gets big respect. The pedicab driver, he gets big respect. They don't disrespect the men over here, and I like that. You know, it's just something that it reminded me when I was growing up. This place reminds me of when I was a little boy. When my father came home, he ate first. You better be quiet while he's in there sleeping and everything like that. You know, no talking back. There's no sagging. There's none of that over here.
And you know, you left you went to the Philippines, and you found joy, peace, and happiness. When you talk about the level of femininity of a Filipino woman, how would you compare it to American women, Sunshine? What is the level of femininity like when you compare American women to Filipino women?
Well, let's just talk about the women I've dealt with. There is no comparison. You know, I like a woman that's a little vain, and Filipinos are vain. They want to take care of themselves. They're always in a state of competition. You know, my woman told me that she watches me closely because she says other women want me because they see how good I treat her. But as far as being feminine, man, I mean, submissive, all the words that you won't fit. You see, my woman's 41. She probably has the body of a 20-year-old. And it's just, like I said, it's a clearly defined roles over here. There's no confusion. And this is something I had to get used to. It wasn't something I experienced in my relationships over there. Hell, I'd come home, my woman was confrontational. I put up with it for the children. But you don't get that over here. There's no confrontation. There's no argument. I haven't had an argument in 14 years over here.
You know, someone wonder, how can a man be 60 and have sex 2 times a day? You're a beast, man.
No, 3 times, sometimes 4. But you know,
you're a beast, man. How do you do it? Because you know there are women that say, Sunshine, that you know, American men are old. They think a 50-year-old man is old, which is laughable. Because a 50 or 60-year-old man like yourself can get younger women and still make babies. But some of these broads, they got used wombs, have been ran through. There will be nobodies in foreign countries. But how are you able to maintain that at 60? That's impressive, man.
Well, I'm gonna be honest with you, brother. Right before I came over here in 2009, I thought my equipment wasn't working.
Wow,
you know,
there you go.
Dealing with the big Shirleys and the big Berthas over there, I wasn't turned on.
Exactly.
You know, when you come over here and you see what's waiting for you over here, it's just a natural Viagra, man. It's all I can tell you.
Yes.
It helps when you got an attractive woman. It really helps. I mean, that's the whole key. Right there.
Can I comment? Yeah.
Go ahead, Theo. Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
That's exactly correct. You can't help but want them, and everything will work correctly when they're around, because they're feminine and they really treat you so well. You're just like, yeah, I'm going for it right now. Everything works. You don't have any performance issues at all. And I would say, when you said that question about how compare the femininity between Filipinas and Western women, I would say Filipinas are actually women. They're actually feminine. Most Western women are more like lizards. They're not really like mammals. I can't really put them as a mammal category because they're just so bad. So if you see, like, you're with a Filipina, she's an actual woman. She's amazing.
Sunshine, is it fair to say that you added years to your life by moving overseas? And if so, tell me what it's meant to your mental and your physical health.
Oh, absolutely. I've been transformed. You know, you would be surprised what true freedom would do for a man. I mean, when you get that weight of the world lifted off your shoulders, it's like you can take flight, man. I'm over here singing, I'm writing books, you know, I've got that vlog. I mean, I'm doing all kinds of stuff, man. I'm doing humanitarian work. I mean, things that I never even expected to do over there. I never even dreamed was even possible over there. Yeah. True freedom would do that to you, doctor. And that's what we are experiencing over there, true freedom. I never experienced true freedom until I moved to the Philippines. I'm no longer the #1 suspect. When police, when they follow me, they want my autograph.
Yes, sir.
They want to take a picture with me.
Right.
You know, when I go to the store, they don't follow me around unless they trying to help me find something. It's just something, man. I'm telling you that people don't bother you here. Sir this, Sir Calvin, Sir that.
Right.
You know, I was called everything but a child of God over there. But over here it's Sir.
You know,
it does a lot to you, man. You know,
you know,
I would probably be dead.
Yeah, you're right, and you're right, Calvin. You know, and you're a boomer. When did you begin to see the decline of American women, Calvin, when it comes down to respecting their men? When did you begin to see the decline of the American woman? Yes, sir, go ahead.
Like I said, when she told me that men like me come a dime a dozen, so I'm going to say 2009, somewhere around there when I made my exit, man. I mean, it's probably, that's when I started paying attention, brother. Probably happened long before that. But it's a steady decline, you know. And don't get me wrong, some people are happy over there. That's what we fail to realize, brothers. A lot of men that are still happy over there and they don't want to leave.
Yeah.
But I'm glad. I'm glad I woke up in time.
Well, Harriet Tubman said she could have freed a lot more if they didn't already know that they were slaves. When did you know that you were a slave, and when did you figure out it was time for you to run to freedom?
That's true, because I try to do the same thing. You know, people who watch my channel, I say maybe 1 out of 1,000 end up coming over. I mean, that's a pretty low number. Because you can't convince them that there's another way to live. They think America is it. It's the greatest country in the world. You know, they bow into that propaganda. Yeah, give it that to them. And so you're right. You can't help people who don't want to be helped.
And my man Neuroding for NY Guys, he said, just like my avatar, you see me, I'm in Halloween parade in my Gotham SWAT officer, the busted pogs and busted Latinas, a man in uniform that can protect him. No doubt, but that's a deal, right? And then also shout out to
that's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
Shout out to my man MC Recovering Wellness. Respect the truth of the chat. Look at the piece, yes. And then also big up to my bro Cali Cal. And you are inspiring a lot of men. I mean, you look extremely good for your age, man. You got some excellent genetics. You cut, you know, you got a barrel chest, and you look happy. And so many men, Sunshine, they went to the other side. They died and they left their dreams at the graveside. And you're right, everybody can't come into the promised land, but you're in the promised land. You're happy. You got a beautiful wife. And you get sex 3 times a day. You know, as a therapist, Sunshine, I know men that pay all the bills. They take care of the home. Because, you know, you got some of these lazy women in America that think that they can't be a feminine woman because they can't rest in their femininity, which is BS. I want you to tell the audience about how women in the Philippines not only take care of their family, Calvin, but also serve their men, and some of them also work outside the home, but they still take care of family, because some say, well, a woman can't be feminine because she got to work. What do you say about that hypocrisy and that foolishness?
Yeah, that's foolishness, because the women over here, one thing you're going to notice about the Philippines, when you get here, women run everything. When you go in the bank, you need to see the bank manager, she's a woman. You go into the department store, she's a woman. Wherever you go to exchange your money. There's a woman in charge, but that doesn't take away from her ability to take care of her children, take care of her family, and take care of her husband. So yeah, they're busy, man, and you got to understand. I tell guys all the time, you got to get in shape, because these women, just from their daily activities of life, are in tip-top shape, man. They walk a lot, you know. They do. Imagine sitting on a little 6-inch stool and washing clothes all day. You think you could do that? I don't think you could. Okay. So yeah, they're in great shape over here, and just from their daily activities of life. So yeah, we're just lazy over there. That's all it is. Women getting lazy. We're entitled over there, and I've got 4 daughters, and they're the same way. My daughters are grown, every last one of them, but 25% of my money goes to them.
Really?
I'm like, well, where's your boyfriend?
Right.
You know.
Right. When you finally came to the Philippines and you felt that feminine allure, what did it do to your mind and body? I mean, you talked about a little bit a few minutes ago, but when you first saw a feminine woman, talk about how you were tempted to compromise your power. Because you talk about men coming and they're not used to feminine women that are traditional and treat them good. Were you ever tempted, Sunshine, to give your power away because of these beautiful, attractive women? And if so, tell the audience how.
Absolutely. Because when you get off that plane and see this young, beautiful, attractive woman, the long flowing hair, the perfect skin, you know, the skinny jeans and everything like that. And then she utters those magic words. You can do to me whatever you want to do to me. Yeah, you're going to lose it. See? And I almost lost it. The only thing that saves a lot of us, brother, is that women over here, for the most part, are decent human beings, because we stick our neck out there to have it chopped off, but they won't chop it off. But that's what we do. So yeah, I've come close to my son's mother. I mean, my God, man, she's probably one of the most beautiful women I've ever seen. And you know, she was the throat goat and everything. You know, it's like, yeah, it's easy, and that's what I see guys do. Because here's the thing, Filipinos are smart. Most of the women that you're going to deal with over here, they're going to have a college degree. So they know more about American men, even black men, than we think they do. We don't know anything about them. So they already know what they're going to do to you to get you, because you're the catch. You're seen as the catch. You're the diamond. You're the prize. You come over here with a royal flush, no matter who you are. Okay. So because she only has a pair of deuces, jack high, she knows what she's got to do to even the playing field. And they do it. You know, they're smart like that, man. I've seen them come from nothing to running $1 million businesses in America, man. It's just the talent that they have. So yeah, we compromise. It's easy to do. Imagine you're 65, 70 years old. America's thrown you in the garbage. What we do to old stuff over there? We get rid of it or we replace it.
Right.
Okay, and that's what happened. But then you come over here and you have a 30, 35-year-old woman and still in her prime. It's going to say, okay, I'm going to bend over backwards. We're going to be partners.
Right.
You know, I'm going to help you become the best you could possibly be, man. It's hard to turn down.
Right.
It's hard to resist.
Right. You know, Sunshine, you know, I used to joke with folks, and I was in the movie Frustrated 3 with Al Grease, and I'm going to run that in a minute. And, you know, I used to joke with folks because I was listening to this is what they used to tell me, Sunshine. They say that if you got erectile dysfunction in America, if you go abroad and you got erectile dysfunction, you'll come back with a boy when you leave the Philippines or leave Brazil. And what role does food play into your overall health in Brazil compared to being in America? And before you answer the question, shout out to my man Top Gun. He said that you should never hear an un-Americanized woman abroad tell a man that he's dried up, shriveled, piece as an insult publicly. Salute to you, Birdman. And then also shout out to my man Gregory Scott. He said that there's a reason why Ebony K. Williams have been unchosen. Lack of femininity. See, many American women think education and money is being feminine. We're going to talk about that. Good question, Gregory. And then Norredin says that, like I said, women that comforted me on my birthday were Brazilians and Latinas after hours called a race traitor to my face, no doubt. And, you know, one thing I don't understand, Sir Calvin, is that many American women want the benefits of a man, but they don't want to respect him, honor him, and serve him. And it's getting worse and worse. Like this excrement came into my chat running her mouth, being disrespectful. I don't even know this woman, never seen her. But she got a right to them trying to qualify what I look like, you look like, and Theo look like. And women like Sugar Bum are proving why men are traveling abroad, because Sugar Bum would be a nobody overseas. Her ass would get dealt with overseas. She would be a castaway overseas, and she can't even compete with foreign women overseas. But these ignorant women, Sunshine, they don't want to lose weight. They don't want to listen. They're disrespectful. And you got so many men that are getting sick. They're losing their health. They're giving their best to low-value women. Men have been ran through. Got kids by other men as well. I want you to tell the audience about what it looks like for a woman that got kids out of wedlock in the Philippines, and also if women that have a bunch of promiscuous sex in the Philippines, is it looked down upon based on what you've seen?
Absolutely. Now, remember, we're still on planet Earth. Mm-hmm. Okay, it's still human beings that we're dealing with. Right. But this is a totally different culture. Mm-hmm. Okay, say, for instance, a single mother over here is going to have a hard time dating and finding a good man. You know, she may be a pastime over here. Mm-hmm. Okay, just like over there. But they're different. I think that's the whole key for us. See, we rescue a lot of women over here, brother, okay, who the society here have thrown them away. But because they're more attractive than what we're used to, they're more feminine than what we're used to, they're more traditional than what we used to, we rescue them. And we save them because, you know, what I call the Messiah complex. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure you as a psychologist, you know about that. Mm-hmm. We come over here with that, but there's no disrespect over here, though. You don't see women arguing at men and putting them down, especially out in the street. See, that'll get you killed over here.
Say it one more time. Say it one more time, Sunshine. say it slow. I want you to hold on. I'm gonna put you on full screen. I want you to tell the women, because you're in the Philippines, because we got a lot of disrespectful women here in America, and they don't understand with their level of disrespect, they could lose their life abroad. I want you to say it slowly. What happens to a disrespectful woman, whether physically or verbally? What happens to a disrespectful woman in the Philippines? Slowly.
Or a disrespectful man. They don't play that over there. You'll lose your life. They'll kill you for that. But see, we bring that Western mentality over here. You know, we love to argue, brother. Okay. One thing you don't want to do is disrespect somebody in front of their family, friends, business partners. They'll kill you. It's that simple. Okay. There's no arguing. There's no, okay, well, we'll make up tomorrow. They'll know your routine. You'll be on your way to work. and they'll pay somebody X amount of dollars to gun you down.
Wow. You know,
I mean,
go ahead, Theo. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Theo. Go ahead, bro.
So in Japan, if you disrespect someone, in particular the police, and you're gonna do your way, and you don't listen to them, you'll pretty much disappear. They'll just take you into jail, and they'll do what they want with you, and then maybe they'll tell your consulate or your embassy where you are, and then they'll throw you after you serve your term, then they'll deport you. And I saw that happen, particularly with American women. They would start getting uppity and start yelling and stuff like that, particularly in certain areas in Tokyo, and the police were like, "We're not going to have it." They just take her away, gone.
When you look at the simping, Sunshine, who simped the heaviest, the white men in the Philippines or the black men?
Well, I'm going to say, from my experience, the brothers, man, we're just, because we know better. Now, remember, I'm around more brothers than I am white guys, and I see them do it too. And I'm not picking on the brothers. I'm just telling you that they like us because they know we're generous. See, we're generous. Black men, we're passionate, we're generous, and we're brought up to respect women, because of our mothers, etc., like that. So it's hard, man. But no matter what you tell us, we don't want to accept help. And you know more about this than me. We're hard-headed. We're lone wolves. We don't want to help. We don't want any help. I got this, brother.
Right.
So you tell them, look, man, get to know the woman first. Make sure she's who she says she is before you start giving out money. But they won't do it. They come over here while it's blazing. I mean, I knew a guy that didn't know the lady. He never saw the lady before and gave her 1 million pesos. That would be like, wow. That would be like me giving you $1 million, brother, over there.
Wow.
He never saw the woman before. He ended up giving her 3 million altogether.
3 million pesos,
which is a lifetime money here.
How much is 3 million pesos converted to American money? How much is that?
That's about $60,000. But you can't exchange it like that. It's like you got to look at the degree of difficulty. Your degree of difficulty of coming up with $3 million is going to be the same degree of difficulty as the masses over here coming up with 3 million pesos. See, that we're in a peso economy. We're not in a dollar economy. So this woman was earning 285 pesos a day, and he came in and gave her 3 million. Okay, you add that up, 285 pesos a day, and see how long it's going to take you to come up with 3 million. It's not going to be possible, not in her lifetime.
Not in her lifetime, right.
She's going to die first.
Right.
So yeah, it's a lot of money, man. And it was one brother. He's never stepped foot in the Philippines. He gave a woman 20 million pesos. And I didn't believe him. I said, look, man, I'm not going to talk about this. You're lying. He said, no, I'll show you. He showed me every remittance that he sent MoneyGram to this woman. And she looked like Donald Duck. I was like, dude, what's wrong with you?
It's like Donald
Duck. Then, 20 million, that's 400,000. Because I said, well, where'd you get that kind of money to give her that? Because he was sending every day 600, 500, 400, 700, every single day for almost 2 years. Sent her 20 million pesos. So yeah, these are brothers that I'm talking about. These aren't, white guys. And once another Filipino sees that, they're like, well, I want that. I want that same treatment.
Right.
I'm gonna give me a brother.
Right. And I did this show, Sunshine, because there's an illusion of power when men travel. They think they have power when they travel, but they don't know how to control their emotions. Then they become a saboteur to their own ignorance. What are some of the Filipino scams that women use in the Philippines to manipulate American men, especially black men? What are some of the scams that you see?
Well, they already have a boyfriend.
Okay.
And in the wings, like I said, they're going to do everything you want them to do. So then once they get you in their clutches, this is what they're trying to do. See, they want that commitment. But I don't call them scams, brother, because the women aren't really scamming you over here. We're freely giving our money. They're just they're not even asking you for it a lot of times.
Right.
It's our generosity. We're so sympathetic. Remember, Americans, we're sympathetic. We raised $13 million for George Floyd, for his family, and was on our way to raising another $13 million for his sister. Till they shut it down. So we'll give up money. And so to say scams, I wouldn't call them scams. We're so far ahead over here that you could stop the scam anywhere along the timeline, brother. You see it happening. You can see it unfolding. But a lot of us, we get whipped over here. We get whipped over here, man. They will whip you into submission.
Right.
And that's what happens. So it's really not a scam. They don't have to scam you. And that's the reason why nobody goes to jail. Because when it comes down to it, you purposely gave her your money. There was a brother that last week I did a video on him. He sent all his life savings over here before he ever got over here to see the lady. So when he gets here, the lady ghosted him. He don't have money to get back home. He ended up in the hospital. They don't even tell him how he ended up in the hospital. I guess he faked a stroke because he needed some place to sleep. And it was a bad situation, man. And I put it on him because I talk about that all the time on my vlogs, man. Like, stop giving away your money. You're going to need it. I mean, he sold everything he had in America because she done convinced him of their life together over here. And then, the people over here, us Americans and brothers, they try to throw the Africans under the bus and say, it was the African, it was the Nigerians that did him in. I was like, no, he did himself in. So there's no scams we're running the scams on ourselves.
Right. Go ahead, Theo. You're about to say something. Go ahead.
Yeah, I totally agree with this. You cannot send the money over. And no matter how much she says that she needs it for whatever reason, you can't do it. And the women will say for various reasons that they need money. You gotta say no. Now, if you're with her and you meet her and you're in the Philippines or in her own country, and then you're having a certain situation, mainly that you're paying for the apartment, you have rented an apartment, you have your own condo, and then she's moving in with you, that's a different situation. She's under your leadership, you have the money, you have your retirement, you have everything is set up. So you're not giving her anything, you're just providing or provisioning for her, that's it. That's a totally different situation, that's the way it should be. So fortunately I didn't have that kind of problem, but I saw plenty of guys who had that problem, hardcore. And almost always the woman was just sitting back saying, thank you for the come up.
Here's my man Dre, and so Dre, Sunshine is married to a beautiful Colombian woman, and you're married or dating a beautiful Filipino woman. Shout out to my man Dre, showing love all the way for Colombia, and Dre, this is gonna be a good show. Sunshine found a way to pop in. I'm so honored, but you got a young wife, and Sunshine got a young wife. And Sunshine said that getting a young Filipino woman changed his life. Sunshine said he started singing that little gospel song, I think I'll run on and see what the end gonna be when he got him a young woman.
I ain't mad at him. I'm not mad at him at all.
So Dre, there's so many haters, Dre, and there's so much ignorance. And we're giving a comparative analysis. Dio was in Japan, Sunshine in the Philippines, and you being in Colombia. What do men need to know about interacting with Colombian women, number one, and then number two, how they compromise their power? And before you tell me, shout out to Barry Hamilton for the 5. He said respect to the kosher clinician, Sunshine Shoulders, and Dio Waff. And then also shout out to New Ridden. He said the busty Latinas and busted Brazilians also paid for dinner on my birthday when it was all over. I left. Miss Maria Sanchez had a nice weekend. And so he talked about how a woman can lose their life by disrespecting men in foreign countries. And you know who Sugar Bum is. Some old, probably washed up, brand-new chick that's trying to, stop black men from being liberated. And I had to give her this work. Because what I'm not going to tolerate, Dre, is for women that I've never seen, women that are nobodies to me because of my pedigree, thinking they're going to bring their ass to my chat and disrespect what we're trying to form. I don't tolerate that. And black men, we got to stop tolerating because it's not tolerated in other countries. But back to point. Based on what I've asked you, Dre, how would you like to respond to that? Go ahead, brother.
First of all, shout out to the gentlemen that are here. Good guys, man.
Yeah, good brother, no doubt.
So, yeah. But in regards to when it comes to women, and especially younger women in Colombia, a lot of guys have to realize that there are women in Colombia that are wise enough to realize that they don't want to waste their time with younger men.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about whether we were here or not. They would still be with an older man. Whether we got off the plane or not, there are many women in South America that would still be with an older man because, and I call them skip the line women.
Mm-hmm.
My wife is a skip the line woman.
Mm-hmm.
She's like, instead of giving my body to a young dude, wasting my time, wasting my mental capacity, having a bunch of babies by some young dude, she says, let me just skip to the front of the line, give me an older dude that's mature, that has learned life, that understands life, and now I can give this older dude kids, and I can give this older dude my youth and my vitality and my joy and my and all that I have to bring to the table as a younger woman. So there are women that basically they skip the line. Andrea has family members with men, and these guys have skipped the line women. In other words, they are 56, 54, 52, and their wives who love them 26, 27, 24. And Colombian men ain't making no money like that, but they love these men in spite of. So when guys sit back and think, well, you're sugar daddy. Well, I see Colombian dudes do it, and these dudes ain't sugar daddies.
Right. And Sunshine said, Andre, that he thought he had erectile dysfunction when he was in America, but he got he got one of them feminine women, man. And he was saying what they say in the book of I think in the book of Exodus, can these dry bones live? And he had And Dre, that's why it's so important, man, for men to leave America. What men don't understand in dealing with toxic women can not only lower your testosterone levels and the GMOs in the food, but also it can reduce your ability to function as a man. You look so much happier. Your wife is about 25 years younger than you. And talk about erectile dysfunction, but also dealing with fit feminine women, how it resurrected your life as a man.
Shout out to Sunshine for his statement and his honesty in regards to that. I went through the same thing. He was not alone. I was in a relationship with somebody that I usually do great relationships, but this one time I had a very tempestuous, bad relationship. Gave a person a chance that was outside of my norm, and I gave them a chance, and it was so stressful that my body reacted. My body was like, I don't want her. I don't want to touch her. She can't make me hard. She can't make me desire her. No, Andre, no. And so I had to move as I moved on and began to be with, of course, other people. And even in the situation that I'm in right now with my wife, never had this situation where my body has felt like I don't want to be with that person. Don't make me lay down with that person. And a lot of times men don't talk about that part of erectile dysfunction, in a sense of not anything going with you physically, but mentally, the stresses of whatever relationship you're dealing with in the States might be so stressful that your body basically telling you, I don't want her no more. I'm not about to get hard for her again. There's nothing about her that makes me hard. And a lot of men don't want to admit that you're laying down right now with a woman that she's saying, well, what's the matter, baby? It's just one of them nights, baby. You know, it's just me. I'm a little sleepy. No, your body telling you that, your body's saying, you know what? She's stressing and straining you out, bro, and outside the bedroom. and therefore I don't want her in the bedroom. And it's hard for a lot of brothers to admit that.
And Sunshine was talking about how so many men, Dre, cast their pearls to swine. I came up with the concept of casting pearls to swine because during the presidential inauguration, many women celebrated with chucks and pearls, but they were more concerned about policy instead of more or less erecting a more perfect union with black men and black women. And just like they celebrated because they wanted power, black men are beginning to celebrate Dre with their symbols of power with passports and pearls. And Sunshine was talking about how so many men, Dre, give their power away because they don't know how much power they have. We're going to talk about some practical things that you've seen in Colombia that black men and American men do. But before we talk about it, I'm going to show you this clip, Dre. I took a clip from you and Sunshine, and also from my channel. And this woman says she won't go and obey her husband. So let's run through it a little bit, and then we're going to talk about it.
Repeat that again. You want to just keep going?
I think we can keep going.
All right. Yes, we did. So you.
We didn't talk about that one in counseling.
We did talk about that in counseling. Yes, we did. So you want me to repeat that again? You want to just keep going?
I think we can keep going.
All right.
Living life every day, late at night, not okay. All I want, and I pray, all I need.
Let me break this down for a second. Black men hate black women. Y'all gave up on us. Y'all turn y'all backs on us. Y'all don't care about us. They have no idea how many chances y'all be giving these females. So much grace. Have no idea how many times you guys have been backstabbed, betrayed, burned, used, abused. Like, you guys, you put your life on the line, for goodness sake. Y'all are out here doing this shit. These are not one-off situations and now it's like, oh, fuck these women, I'm going over here. Fuck these women, I'm done. No, this is after years of tolerating disrespect. This is years after years after years.
Dre, you just saw a man tolerate disrespect. He compromised power. Many men that travel compromise power as well. Top Gun said, a few bonders at the airport my last trip. Be careful, guys, because the stabbed women are trying to hold us in bondage by any means. And he's correct. But this woman, Dre, told the man when she was at the altar, the vows, like in the old school, said honor and obey. And the man didn't check it. And then you heard the Nika Marie talk about, from the clip I got off your channel, talk about how men became frustrated. They kept talking and talking and talking and talking and talking and talking. How the men compromise their power in America, Dre, and what compromises of American power do you see in Colombia?
The one thing that I notice about us men in the United States, that we've been trained since childhood to shut up when women are talking. I'm gonna say that again.
Mm-hmm.
We sometimes when we were at a certain age, we couldn't say nothing to our sister because mom would say something. We couldn't say nothing to mom because mom is mom.
Right.
Couldn't say nothing to grandma because grandma was grandma. Auntie can't say nothing to auntie because auntie was auntie. So who you gonna speak to as men? If many of us are raised in households without any fathers or any uncles there on a daily basis or male intervention, we are already programmed from a youth to subconsciously shut up and accept some of the things that a woman will have to say. And so at the end of the day, now we're standing in front of our bride on a day in which 9 times out of 10 we paid for, not the father, we paid for. And what happens after we have gone to counseling and the pastor has gone over the vows, and you've heard these vows before, and instead of being a woman who supports me by at least saying in front of the audience, yes, I will love, honor, and obey.
Yes, sir.
Behind the scenes say,
yes, sir.
Hey, that obey thing, I said it, but I might not work with it. But at least she said it behind the scenes. But this woman, or the Nika Marie often says, These females don't even have enough respect for their man and respect for their husbands to at least take that behind the scenes. I'm gonna tell you something for real. That I do moment, that would have never happened with me. I'd have walked right up out of there. You can't love, honor, obey, and I'm supposed to sacrifice. I'm supposed to get everything that's bumping the night. I'm supposed to be the one that's supposed to be the last armor bearer as far as our finances. I'm supposed to be the one that's supposed to be there late in the afternoons or late at night helping the kids do homework because you don't know nothing about math like that. So I'm the one that's doing the homework with the kids. I'm the one that's sitting back changing flat tires, and when it's snow, I'm out there in the snow shoveling the snow better than the snow plow could. And then when it snows again, I'm out to get right back out there at 4 o'clock in the morning so the kids can get to the school bus and you can get to your job. And you can't, at least in front of a crowd, tell me love, honor, and obey. But I love it. And I'm going to tell you why I love it. Because American women are showing you who they are.
Yes, right.
And not showing you guys who they are. So you don't have to worry about somebody. That's one thing that I love about the American woman right now, how she's behaving. You can't say she lying to you.
She can't say she lying to you,
she
right?
Wearing them bonnets, you can't say she lying to you. She wearing them eyelashes, you can't say she lying to you. She acting ratchet on airplanes, you can't say she's lying to you. So all you dudes out there that's still smashing, some of those, not a lot of great women, beautiful, feminine women in the United States, don't get me wrong. But the ones that you guys are complaining about, you can't say she lied to you. If you still smashing ratchet chicks, you can't be mad. She ratchet. She ain't lying to you. And that's what the problem lies when it comes to many of us men. We don't want to accept when women are being honest. That woman in that clip was being 100% honest.
Right.
I don't believe in love. She said, I believe it. She's showing, I believe in love. I may believe in honor. But she showed that man before he said, I do.
Right.
I don't believe in obey.
Right.
And this Negro still said, I do, right?
He still
so
said,
therefore,
I do, right.
Any repercussions after that, that's on him, not her. Because she was 100% honest when she said what she said.
MC Recovery said, my body shut down and my doctor prescribed me your Hemi. Hold up. I got you, Theo. And I appreciate it. You're a dynamite. Thank you, Theo.
Lucky person. You got the number right.
I appreciate it. I mean, MC Recovery. Theo was talking about Dre about the power that he compromised. He talked about how therapy helped reshape and recycle his mind. He talked about how narrative therapy helped him walk through some of the dark parts of himself. And he talked about how he compromised his power in Japan. Theo, continue the conversation, man. And then, Dre, we're going to talk about some practical steps and practical applications that men need to utilize, Dre, as they're beginning to transverse across to Colombia. Go ahead, Theo. Go ahead, brother.
I will say this. I got married in Japan. I got married in Japanese. And the verb to obey is shitagao. And we said that to each other, shitagao, when we were at the altar in front of each other, in front of everybody. So if I could say it, she could say it. We knew what was going on. We said our vows. It wasn't an issue. She didn't say like, oh, sorry. Because I don't know what I would have done at that time. Because I was in front of all my colleagues. I would have been in a tough situation. I was 28 years old. I don't think I would have known what to do. But I want to say this. I knew a lot of guys in Japan who would allow the women to treat them bad. To say like, you're not Japanese. You're not doing things in a Japanese manner. You're not you're not obeying Japanese customs. And this was inside the guy's apartment. And basically our view was like, outside we're Japan, but inside of our apartment, we are our respective nationalities. And you have to go with our flow. And what guys had to learn to do was to break off relationship with Japanese women if they were being disrespected. And this was a very painful process that a lot of men went through, especially if they had been deprived of affection for most of their lives. I had to go through this as well. Before I got married, there was a woman before her, and I was engaged to her. Of course, because of parentification, I was always intense with all of my relationships. So I had one, and she didn't respect me and my financial situation. And even though I was making like twice as much as she was at that time, I was making about $70,000 a year. And she was under 30,000. She didn't think that I had enough. in order to provide for her, and she wanted me to make much more. And it was hard for me to finally learn to let her go. Like, that situation wasn't going to work. But I knew lots of guys who were like, fine, I'll go out and get another job. I'll get a part-time job. I'll do anything for you. And that just continued. And then the guy just started, like, he became like nothing, like a former shell of himself. So you can't do that. You have to say, hey, look, I'm the man. If you're not going to honor me, you're not going to love me, you're not going to respect me, you're gone. I go get somebody else.
Correct.
Right. And so many men compromise their power here. And you know what, Drake? Black men in foreign countries are reverent high. For our some perceived sexual prowess. You're 6'3", I'm 6'5", 6'6". But people respect American black men. They respect American men, but they definitely respect American black men. But talk about some of the things that you see where black men compromise their power with Colombiana women, and some restorative measures that they can take, Dre, to reduce losing their power as a man when they travel abroad.
One of the ways that I'm glad that you talk about as far as solutions. Let's look at least 3 solutions. One solution to stop treating women with the scarcity is realize that there are more women that are out there other than this one person in Colombia. We have such a scarcity mindset in the United States when it comes to a beautiful woman or a good woman, because they're scarce or rare, that we bring that scarcity mindset to other countries and think that this 1 or 2 person in Medellin that I met, she's so rare, I won't meet another one. When it's 10, 15 people, women walking right behind her that are just as, good of a catch. So the first solution is get out of that mindset that we've been taught in the United States that special women are scarce. That's not true. It's not true. You can find fit, feminine, friendly, that will give you a sandwich, support, sex, and silence in Colombia, in Brazil, in these other countries as well. The second problem that men have is overspending. This just been a historical thing with men, no matter what, whether it was a king that was overspending and building Trojan horses to get the woman, or whether it was somebody that built a Taj Mahal to a woman. Men have always overspent for women. So at the end of the day, we have to come to the conclusion, this is not what we need to be doing, guys. We do not need to continue to build Taj Mahals. Those guys had women that they felt worthy of Taj Mahals. They felt worthy of pyramids. They felt worthy. These women were worthy of building Trojan horses to try to get that woman back.
Right.
There's no women walking around in the United States.
They're not worthy. Right. I totally agree. Right.
Yeah. Can I comment on that real quick?
Go ahead, Theo.
In my 3rd and 4th year of marriage, I was spending over $20,000 a month on my wife.
20? Ooh.
Yeah, I had a lot of money. Like, I have money now, but then that's when I started making money. And I was aware that I was like simping, and I was doing this to maintain the marriage. And I was like, this isn't sustainable. Like, what are you doing? Like, you're not building anything with her. You're just placating her. That's it. You're being stupid.
So right.
But I was like, what other options do you have? And I was like, what do I do? I don't know what to do. So that was kind of like a sad part of my marriage, but that was reality. So I actually put my foot down and started saying, no, I'm not going to do this anymore.
And you know what? And that's the third solution for men. The art of no. If more men just learn, if you learn nothing else from this live stream, guys, and there's a lot to learn the art of just being able to tell a woman no. Right. Like I often say, in part of my language, I say some of you guys have never told pretty pussy no in y'all life. I say y'all never told an attractive woman, a gorgeous woman, hell no, go on with that. And so since you don't have that ability, a lot of guys still continue to get caught up. If you learn the art of no when you're here in Colombia, I promise you, it will make your Colombian experience So much better. Like guys say, learn Spanish, yes, but also learn the language of no. No, nope, hell no, get on, skedaddle, scram, whatever part of the language you got to use, but learn to use the word no, and I promise you, it will save you so much money, time, energy, and heartache.
You had a clip with the lead attorney talking about the power that black men have abroad. We're going to look at that real quick. And we're going to talk about, once again, how black men more or less compromise power, because we talk about the vitality of the passport. We know the passport have power, and we know that men shouldn't cast their pearl to unworthy women. But many men are giving their power away. They go and flood the system by doing too much for women that their other men don't do for them, and they lose power and they lose respect from the native men. We're going to continue to talk about power and how men need to exercise power in foreign lands and why men are not ready for foreign women. So I'm going to finish playing this clip real quick, Dre, and we're going to finish listening.
Years of the same bullshit because it's the culture that's fucked up here. You know what I mean? It's the lifestyle that is messed up.
Let me tell you something that you probably know already. You place the welfare of others over those of your own, it never ends well, guys. Don't sacrifice your pension for some pussy. Have a little backbone. Have a little self-discipline, self-control. Be in control at all times.
Stuff that I would tell you, and y'all just would be like, lead line. I'm looking at it. Just to date and have it different experiences. You will have experiences abroad that you will never have in the United States. Not in your lifetime. Not if you could have 1,000 births. If you could be born 1,000 times, you would not have these experiences in the United States.
That's crazy.
I don't get one look. You know, I should really, there's a part of me, because I'm a content creator, there's a part of me, there's a person, and there's a part of me that wants to bring this, I want to bring this person on so she could tell you about my time in Mexico, because y'all aren't gonna believe me if I started telling you this shit. I got some stuff that I would tell you, and y'all just would be like,
"Oh, my boys are doing great."
All right, Lee talked about power, but before we talk about the power, shout out to Big Mad the Fisher. He said Kosher, Theo, and Borders are the best, no doubt. And that's some fire for your mind. I appreciate it.
For your mind. The kosher clinician.
Sunshine showed us, Dre talked about men giving their pension and their money away for sex because they've been through affection deprivation. But then Lee talked about the power that men have and being seen as exotic when they travel abroad. What resonated, Dre, from that comment? And what do you want to share to the young men and the older men that are listening about knowing how to broker for power? Because once again, men are traveling abroad. They need a lot of them need therapy, Dre. Many need therapy. They need to come see me at the kosherclinician at gmail.com. They need to come see you when they go to Colombia to get some insight on how to travel in Colombia. But hearing what you heard, Dre, what was resonating with you?
The first thing is when Sunshine mentioned, men, don't give away your pension, that which you work so hard for. A lot of men give away that which they work so hard for and don't realize it. Then use the excuse culture. Either it ain't tricking if you got it. Men, this how you know when men are going through mental issues, because we got excuses.
Got excuses.
You know, there was a day when we let women have excuses for everything, and men were just straightforward. It is what it is. Now men got excuse. It ain't tricking if you got it. I can't take it with me, so I'm gonna go ahead and trick it on up. That doesn't mean that you can't live the rest of your day. If you plan on being on this planet about a good 25, 30 more years, that means that you still have 30 years to live with morality. Just because you got the money doesn't mean you got to give it away. I'm more like you know how Eminem is. Eminem, like they say, Eminem and 50 Cent is the richest, stingiest dudes that you ever wanted to meet.
Right.
They say Eminem got to still walk around with $100 G-Shock watch. because he doesn't blow his money like that. And the same thing with 50 cents. These guys make so much money, but they are not easy to get. And these guys have access to women that are far more gorgeous than what we have access to. And so if these men know how to walk in discipline with the money, how much more can the rest of us men who have a few dollars compared to those guys walk in discipline? The second thing that I noticed is when and this is why I grabbed the clip. When lead attorney said, if you lived 1,000 lives, you had 1,000 births, you will never experience what we're talking about while you're in the United States.
Yes, sir. Right.
All of what Lee is talking about, all of what Theo is talking about, all of what Kings and Dreams and what Culture and what Tailor-Made Dreams and what we and what all the other content creators, Ace Live, Check and Effect, all of us travelers, we're only entertainment to you until you start using your passport yourself.
Yes.
You will never understand what Theo was saying. I can relate to Theo and never have met this man. I can relate to what he's talking about with his side of the planet in Japan. I have never been to Japan because I can relate to what it's like to have relationships outside of the United States. For you guys that have never used your passport before, you will only understand just the surface level, the shallow water level of what we experience. Am I correct, Theo?
Yeah, you're entirely correct. Like, I watch your channel and I think you're entirely correct. I understand your marriage. I understand your relationship, the dynamic of it, because I have Japan. And I'm seeing it from outside the United States. And you got these guys coming in, and they're used to, like, relationships in bondage or in the hood, basically, right? They don't know what it's like to be loved or to be cherished or to actually have a feminine woman. And so they're on the defensive most of the time. They're asking these questions. I'm like, it's not even like that. Not even. Just forget it all. And regarding money, like, when I go abroad, I don't even talk about money. I don't bring it out. I just bring a little bit that I need. That's it. Like, if I need to, I get enough so I can get a taxi back home if I need. That's about it. I don't bring anything else with me. I don't bring anything flashy, nothing. I dress down. I never lead with cash. And I learned that with my marriage in Japan. I said, I will never do that again. I learned it. So when I was with my Filipina, she got a little something, but nothing extravagant. She had good quality rice. That's it. I mean, that's about all it was. I mean, it was a relationship. We had communication. We were two people communicating about life. The money was not even related to her.
Shout out to my man Zoom to Thailand. And before we read that super chat, this is why men are getting passports and traveling abroad. Shout out to Zoom.
I'm tired of America, so I'm hitting Richie on the net. I got the tickets, that's a bet. We need to link, my brother set it up. Damn, I didn't had enough. Ooh, I won't lie. Can I get a little shake with them fries? My skin tone is matching your eyes. Black men, you know we like them thighs. And baby, she can do it all. Your land is my land. Cut through.
Men are getting them passports, Dre. They're going to Canaan. They're going to the promised land. They're going to the land of milk and honey. They're leaving these pigeons. Hold on, Dre. Hold on, Dre. You're going to laugh at this one. But before I let you see this pigeon clip, shout out to Coach Dre, Theo Wow for the kosherclinician, watching you guys as a motivation. I gear up for El Boogie live stream. And that's a deal, right? I appreciate it. Zoom to Thailand. The Guapo is actually over there. Appreciate it, right?
That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
But, Dre, there's a lot of pigeon behavior, man, and this is the pigeon anthem because pigeons go all across the internet and all across America just defecating and ishing like Sugar Bum goofy ass says. I had to, check that ass because Sugar Bum would be a nobody in foreign countries. I've never seen Sugar Bum, but Sugar Bum got the audacity to comment about these esteemed men on the panel. Sugar Bum perhaps is a divorced woman. I know she's been ran through. Probably got kids, probably was uncooperative, probably didn't know how to respect her man. And I'm a firm believer, Drake, that when these Randu chicks and these 304s get out of line in damn public, you got to check that ass in public. I used to didn't do it. I just let it ride. But you ain't going to bring your ass to my channel. I don't give a damn who you are running your damn mouth. You're going to either pay me or you can exit your ass left. It's time for men to start speaking up because, see, Dre, a lot of times they get it confused that I'm a scholar. I'm highly intelligent. I went to the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. I graduated with honors from North Carolina Central, and I got a degree in law enforcement. I got almost an 800 credit score, and I'm 6'5". I would be a god, Dre, in most countries. We've had these conversations. I would be a god. I would be a god because of my pedigree. But some Randu chick like Sugar Bum that's probably got simps kissing her ass. Probably a subpar woman, 2 Colombian women, got the nerve to bring her ass in my chat running her mouth. And that's pigeon-ish, Dre. And Dre, it's time for us to it's time, Dre, to play the pigeon anthem. Guys, get ready. We're about to play the pigeon anthem. Hold tight.
Flies eat poop. Get over it. Okay? That's for you.
Yeah. Shut up, Kosher. Yeah. Shut up. Whoa. Shut up, Kosher.
Ballin'.
Take it back.
Like it's game time. Locked in when it's game time. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Like it's game time. Locked in when it's game time. I put in work, couldn't wait for mine. I got 9, couldn't wait in line. Game time.
Shut up, Kosher. Shut up. Shut up, Kosher. Take it back.
And I go beast like 23, 10 toes down, glued to the concrete. And I do me, keep to myself to find my peace. Been ballin' a little bit, woke up feeling rich. Still remember days I had to grind to get a cent. Still remember days when I spent a penny pinch. Now this bank account is lit and it's up and it's stuck just like Cardi said. Same faces around me and it's hardly first. Saying how you do it, but you hardly did. Fibbing on the ground, yeah, you probably is. Ballin' like it's game time. Locked in when it's game time. Yeah, I'm ballin' like it's game time.
Shut up, Kosher. Shut up. Shut up, Kosher. Take it back.
I got 9, couldn't wait in line. Game time. Game time. Locked in when it's game time. Locked in when it's game time. Pull up from the logo like it's Dame time. Same zone, so won't catch me on the same time. Time is money, so I cannot give away time.
Shut up, Kosher. Shut up. Shut up, Kosher. Take it back.
But they don't really know still. See the glow up and I can't believe the glow still. Me plus me, that's a whole lot of money. Wake up in the morning, I can smell the bag coming. 3 whole years and these records keep running. Don't talk to me if you can't match the numbers. Ballin' like it's game time. Locked in when it's game time. Yeah, I'm ballin' like it's game time.
I had to flex on that ass, man.
That's funny. That's a funny.
I love that. That is so funny. That is just so funny.
Dre, we can't tolerate pigeon behavior, man. Every time these damn pigeons come on, I had to flex on that ass. They will know when they come to my damn castle, they're going to come in with a level of decorum and respect. If they can't, they can exit their ass left. I will not tolerate a woman that's beneath me, and most of these women in America are beneath me, especially women like Sugar Bum, bringing their ass in my chat and running their damn mouth. I'm not going to tolerate that no more. It's too many women that got too much damn mouth. And Dre, in Colombia and also in Philippines, they will lose their lives. And while I'm not advocating violence, your ass will learn a level of decorum. Maybe your goofy ass husband didn't teach you. That's why you got a divorce, Sugar Bum. And I'm sure Sugar Bum got a bunch of semen demons, all that semen she's had in her younger years. That's why she can't damn follow and respect damn men. But Dre, I did the polls, and the polls said, Dre, that many men think American black men are ready to get foreign wives. 65% said they're ready, but 37% said they're not ready. I don't think many are ready, Dre. I think some are ready.
They're ready either.
But tell the audience why they're not ready for foreign women, in your opinion.
I know Theo got some theories. So I could see his mind going just as much as mine, especially with both of us having the experiences. I think that a lot of dudes still are dealing with the pains that they've dealt with American women, and they're going to bring some of that to the table, and they're going to make some mistakes during that time period. A, B, they're going to be so, how can I put it? They're going to be so anxious to make the woman happy and make the relationship work that they're going to forget that they, in other words, let me put it like this. There's a side to me that's still all Afro-American.
Right.
Andre accept that. Andre accepts that. She doesn't expect me to be a Colombian. A lot of dudes will sit back and water down who they are in the name of trying to make the marriage work. And a lot of times that's not gonna help out.
Right.
You're pretending to be somebody that you're not. So so that a lot of dudes need to heal. They do need counseling. I got counseling. It helped me out a lot.
Right.
So when dudes sit back and say, I'm ready for love, I'm telling you, what you go, and I'm gonna tell you the last thing is, a lot of dudes ain't ready to sit their butt down and be faithful to one woman in a marriage. So when dudes sit back and say, I'm looking for a wife, or at least looking for somebody that's stable, even if you don't get married, somebody that's your girl. Dudes come to Colombia, be swearing up and down, this is my one girl, I'm gonna hang with her. All it takes is just one female with the right complexion and the right big butt. And Colombia is one of the top countries, is actually the top country in South America for cheating. And so she cool with it. And the next thing you know, you got somebody's ankles thrown back up in the air, but you swear that you're gonna be faithful to that Colombian woman that you initially came down here for. So I tell guys, slow down when it comes to saying, I'm looking for a good woman. Are you really? I want what you got. Do you really? Because if you ain't ready for it, nothing wrong with that, bro. Get your counseling. Get past, learn how to be yourself. And at the same time, if you ain't ready to be faithful in the relationship, don't bring some Colombian, because you know how sensitive Colombian women are. Don't bring her into a situation where you know that your mind is still telling you you need to smash a few more Colombian women before you settle down. If your mind is still telling you that, then go and do your thing, bro. But I'm telling you, you can't have, Colombia is not a country where for us foreigners, you can have your cake and eat it too. I know I sound like I was babbling a little bit, but
No, I think you're saying this point exactly correct, and I want to reinforce this because I've been watching Andre for a while now, and his analysis of how men act, particularly black men act in Colombia, is entirely correct, and they need to take a step back and calm down. They actually need to follow his process. Now, when I was in Japan, like 16 years, and I was in the Philippines for a little bit, but I was actually in Japan for the whole time. I really wasn't ready for relationships. I kind of was, but not really. And I was it was all focused on the woman the entire time. When I got back to America, I did my therapy. Therapy was long. I got my money right. I got my life right. I also hit rock bottom. I faced all of my fears in life, and I became my own man. And I took the Crimson Capsule 100%. And I didn't need to go out and shag all the time. I didn't care. I got all that done. After that, I went to Ukraine and I went to Brazil. I didn't care how beautiful the women were. I was myself. I was just like, I'm just enjoying myself. If I have a beer or if I have a latte someplace, I'm just sitting there talking. Don't care. And if somebody came on to me really hard, I'd be like, that's you. I'm controlling myself. And I got a lot of things to do. So you're like a part of that. You're like the secondary part of that. I have my own life first. So right now, I'm now preparing for, it's either going to be Thailand or Colombia. I don't know which one I'm going to go to. But as I'm doing my preparation and I'm getting my money right again, it's the same kind of mentality. And I got to emphasize enough. If you can get therapy and actually go through the process, oh my goodness. You just clear things out. You're like, oh yeah, I understand why I did that before. Okay, that's gone. Good. I'm done with it.
And you know, Dio, you're right, and Drake, thank you. And I want you to talk about the therapy, the process you had to go through. Dio talked about his, and as a clinical therapist, we talked about something called adultification, spouseification, parentification, and it can lead a person to being what's called precocious. And what happens a lot of the time, Dre, is a concept called enmeshment, where the child doesn't individuate and they really don't develop a persona outside the persona of their parents. But in the meantime, shout out to my man Real Bravado Network. He said, I think I'm going to put an APB and a reward for any black women that ain't been ran through. That's how confident that there are only pigeons left out here. Shout out to my man.
That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal,
and then also shout out to
that's a bet, right? That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
He said the chameleon pigeon is playing the victim. Yeah, let her play the victim. She won't bring her ass back in this chat again. And then also shout out to James Turner. He said if it wasn't for kosher, and James, I work with James, and I've done consultations with him. Thank you, James. But he said if it weren't for kosher, I probably would have messed up badly in South America. Thanks, Coach, for making me face me. That's on my mama. and guys, James is a good one, man. And you guys need therapy. I want to teach these men, Dre, how to stand in power. Many men are dealing with, Dre, arrested development. They're dealing with arrested development. They over-identify with their mothers. They over-identify with the women in their lives. And they don't know how much power that they have. Once again, Harriet Tubman said, I could have freed a lot more, Dre, if they didn't already know that they were slaves. But Dre, because they got the spirit of Raekwon the Man, and they compromised their power, Dre, instead of standing in masculinity and standing in their manhood, they stand on their mom.
Yeah, put chain on them balls on my mom. They be broken balls. Kill some of my mom. They back me look like that's on my monkey. That's on my monkey. That's on my monkey.
Dre, a lot of men have been raised by their mom. Dre, a lot of men have been raised by their mamas. They over-identify with the feminine. They don't respect themselves. They give their power away. They see the woman as all-encompassing, not understanding that the man is the first fruit of God's creation. Talk about how powerful therapy was for you, Dre, and what you had to modify mentally so that you can uncover and then recover to get the beautiful wife that you got. But also, Dre, to tell the story to so many men about the power and the vitality, Dre, of being a proud masculine man.
Well, my introduction to therapy was couples therapy, actually. My marriage was at 14 years on the downhill. We were actually like 13 years and a half. We knew that it was falling apart. And so it was like one of those situations like, you got a choice. You can go to marriage therapy or we can walk away now. So what we ended up doing was going to marriage therapy. First day, first minute, I saw the dude. I was like, I got a dude therapist. I'm good. And first thing he said, let me see your cell phone. I said, huh? He said, yeah, let me see your cell phone. Let me give it to your wife. What? He said, so your wife it let me know immediately, this is serious. This is no game. If you're gonna be in therapy, all the doors are gonna have to open up if you're gonna get this healing. Well, fast forward, as obvious, the marriage didn't work itself out. We were still cool, still cordial. We were actually conversing the other day. Still, we haven't been together in forever, but we still conversed the other day. She's doing great. She's in a great relationship. I'm so happy for her. But then I continued on with my therapy, my personal therapy. And through that therapy, I was able to find out two things about myself and my family that was causing me to behave the way that I had and continue to battle today. First thing was I found out that my family comes from people that have addictive behavior disorder.
Right.
That's why there's so many alcoholics in my family. So many people addicted to drugs. So many people addicted to workaholics are in my family. That's why you see me, instead of just having one YouTube channel, it's 4 or 5 YouTube channels. It's because I come from addictive behavior disorder. Whatever I put my mind into, that's what I'm into. The other thing was, that's why when I was unfaithful, I wasn't unfaithful with 1 or 2 women. I was unfaithful in the 10s into the 100s behind my wife back. And so that addictive behavior disorder.
Right.
Second thing I found out that really helped me out through therapy was I was not a finisher. Andre, you don't know how to finish being single.
Right.
You don't know how to finish a marriage. You don't know how to finish a business. You don't know how to finish doing this. You don't know how to finish doing that. You have to learn to finish. I'm still battling that. I give you a perfect example, and I'm being transparent.
Yes, sir.
That's one of the behavior patterns that I've been breaking, and I'm doing a lot better with, but I'm still working on that. Many of you can attest, bro, you've been living in Colombia for 6 years. How the hell you don't know Spanish yet? Because I hadn't finished. That habit of not finishing that I got from family members that weren't finishers. I come from a family of people that weren't finishers. And so at the end of the day, I picked that habit up and I'm still battling it. So whenever I do something, I have to purposely, on purpose, do something. Because if I let my mind go on remote control, it won't finish it. A book won't get finished. A business won't get finished. A marriage won't get finished. Me being single, I'm a cheat because I don't know how to finish being single. And so when I learned that through counseling, I was like, I got it. Now I know when the signs pop up, when those issues pop up. Now I'm like, Dre, you know the reason why you ain't learned Spanish yet. It's not because it's hard. It's not because Andrea speaks English in the house. No, bruh, you hang around enough Latin people to know you need to finish. You come from a family that don't finish stuff. So you need to purposely go out and master Spanish because it's not going to happen like everybody else. And so that's what counseling helped me know, that when I see the signs, or at least know what signs to look for as I work on them.
Shout out to my man James Turner for the 10. I appreciate it, James, for the $10 cash app. Thank you, James Turner. And also shout out to my man Zakara, you creator only. He said shout out to Love Crossing Borders. He's showing me in America how to be a real family man and a husband. I appreciate it, James Turner and brother Zach. And they are for the donate to the channel. Thank you, sir.
It's the money.
You know, Dre, men are waking up. No longer would they tolerate subpar women, obtuse women, women that don't respect authority, women that got, a bunch of kids by multiple men, ran through, overweight, and women that look their nose down on white collar men, the average blue collar worker, and want to come into a relationship demanding stuff. You said, Dre, and I said that black men are not ready. I don't think many are ready. They think they're ready, but many, they're not ready for a foreign wife. And people always talk about solutions, Dre, so we are talking about solutions. Not that we got a damn answer to nobody, because I don't have an answer to nobody. I'm a grown man. But we all talk about solutions tonight, Dre, because we want to talk about the passport, but we want the passport to be comprehensive. And we don't want men to cast their pearls to women that are not worthy of what men are giving them. Dre, you talked about the power of world travel. You gave some theoretical concepts of why men are not ready. But what do men need to know succinctly, Dre? And this is one question. What do men need to know succinctly about Colombian women, particularly black men, that make them not ready for a foreign wife or foreign girlfriend? Before you answer the question, let me finish playing this clip real quick, and then we're gonna answer it.
I'm doing great too. It's just on a global scale, and your partners, your friends might not relate to that. So one of the first signs that you are a traditional, the new traditional black man, is self-awareness. You realize, you already know things aren't going to be the same. It's different. You're different.
Hold up.
Don't hold on to the umbilical cord of the United States if you don't have to. And I don't mean I'm not talking about family or friends. Keep your families, keep your friends. I'm talking about all the rigmarole that takes place in the States. As you evolve as a new traditional black man, stuff will have less and less to do with you. I tell Andrea this all the time. The reason why I still get my ass up 6 o'clock in the morning, or at 8, or at 10, go for a walk, go to the gym, work out, still do 5Ks, all that shit. Still got a good 10, 20 to drop off. Because I know my wife young. And I know young girls want something hot and attractive on their arm. They don't want nobody to look. If you their daddy age, don't look like they goddamn daddy. Get your fat ass in a gym somewhere. You want to fuck young women? First, be able to keep up. You got all these skills. You know how to flip flop. You know how to use all the toys and all that shit. But your ass can't keep up no more because you ain't taking care of your health. Get your proper sleep. Start drinking. Y'all see me? I drink the fuck out some water. Y'all see me drinking hand on.
The two things every human.
All right, Dre, the new traditional black man, that's number one. And then also older black men with younger women. You know, there was your girl Courtney said that black men on YouTube with shriveled up penises, 50 to 60. It's funny to me. And she said they dried up, which is hilarious because a woman that's 40 really don't have any options when it comes down to a man that got money and status in Colombia. Their best days are over with. Unless she got good genetics, she might can give a man 1 or 2 kids. And because the diets here are so horrible, maybe 1, it'll probably be a little birth weight. But the new traditional black man, Dre, and then also older black men. Your wife is about 27 years, I believe. You're 28 years. You're senior,
20,
I believe.
Yeah, 27. Oh yeah, 27 years.
27 years. Yeah, separate, right. You got a beautiful young wife. And I'm sure you've had critics, you know, that try to shame you like this goofball sugar bump. But who and what is the new traditional black man, number one? And why men that want younger wives must stay in shape, drink plenty of water, and keep themselves in good shape?
The new traditional black man is a man that actually thinks, especially coming from the state, anytime you think that your status economically or your status because of where you come from can overshadow what it takes to be the old traditional man, you're in trouble. That's the new traditional man. New traditional man think he can throw money at it. Bam, she's supposed to love me. New traditional man thinks that if I lay down with it and I bust it out enough, that's good enough. Bam. The old traditional, because we want these older, even though they're younger women, we want them to have the qualities of old school traditional. Nothing wrong with that. But the problem remains is if you want her to be Little House on the Prairie, you know, Laura Ingalls and all that, then you got to be able to be Little House on the Prairie traditional for her. In other words, be a true provider, protector, and problem solver. Can you do that? But a lot of guys don't have those abilities. Therefore, if you don't have the ability to walk in problem solving skills as a protector and as a provider, whether it be 50% or 100%, you are what I consider the new traditional man. The man that has to use charm, charisma, economics, BS to get and keep a woman. You cannot keep a woman in Colombia because you know that once your money run out, then she might run out. That's the new traditional man. So at the end of the day, what men need to do in order to keep these Colombian women, and we tell you all the time on these live streams, no matter your height, no matter your size, no matter your race, for the most part, if you're a good dude, Colombian women will give you a chance. Secondly, if she gave you her number, she gave it with a purpose. Colombian women don't give you their number to get rid of you. That does not happen here. You don't get a phone number. Girl, let me give him a fake number so he can leave me. That don't happen. So if she gave you the number, she has a goal like you have a goal. Now, mind you, we're not talking about the party girls, we're not talking about the scammers, and we're not talking about the pay for play. They don't count. But we're talking about just regular Colombian women. If she gave you her information, it's with a purpose. I got a friend that just just met one of Andrea's good friends. We were all at a club, met her, he met him. She's got to be all of like 5'10", 5'11", gorgeous, really nice. He is 5'8", about 5'8", 5'9", hit it off. You can't tell them nothing. Really enjoying each other. So when I sit back and I tell you guys that if you just be yourselves and just be a good dude, a lot of these women don't look at the same thing that women in United. Oh, he only 5'8". I'm 5'11". This ain't gonna work. That's stateside. Whatever you're dealing with stateside, keep that stateside. Am I right, Theo?
Yeah, you're entirely correct. Keep that out stateside. If the woman is talking to you, it's because she's interested. She has a purpose. You got a lot of women in Japan. They're like 5'3". If you're like 5'5", 5'6", you're in. You're already tall. You got plenty of opportunities. But the thing is that because a lot of Western women have a broken value system or a no value system,
right?
You are thinking in ways that don't even relate towards relationships. It's entirely unhealthy. So when you go into other countries, you actually need to learn how to be normal in relationships, and that is personality, common interests, common beliefs, common values, and actually talking as two people. You'll never, she's not going to talk about Instagram, getting the bag, how tall you are, nothing. She's going to be like, can you provide for offspring? That's what she's going to think about fundamentally from the beginning, particularly from a Japan point of view. And so, do you have the fundamentals right? Do you work for a company? Can you show me that you work for a company? Do you have a job? And if you don't, she's not going to talk to you because she's like, hey, you're not ready for a marriage, so I'm not going to deal with you. So, yeah, I totally agree with this. You have to think differently abroad. Don't think like you're dealing with Western women. You're not.
And I love what Theo said is that the women over there, as well as over here, they're looking for who, just like in the animal kingdom, who can provide the best for the offspring. Not the latest purse, not the latest boots. Who can get me the flyest car? That's stateside. The United States is a capitalistic, materialistic country. I'm not saying anything against that. That's how we were established. But once you cross the borders of the United States, most of the world is not set up on buy me, buy me, buy me, buy me, buy me, buy me. Women like nice things no matter where you go in the world. But in the long haul, when they meet you, they're trying to find out, just like in the animal kingdom, who's the strongest. Can you take care of a family during troublesome times? Can you provide for a family? Are you endowed with the ability that if the car breaks down in the middle of a road of life, can you think rationally to get this family back on the road of life? That's how Colombian women thinks. And it sounds like the same way Theo's saying. So your looks and you buying her this and buying her that, that's all cool. And I hear Colombian women say this all the time. It's nice that you brought me that, but I didn't ask you for that. It's cool that you took me here, but I wasn't looking for you to take me. Colombian women, you could have took me for a walk or for some ice cream, and we got better results of getting to know me. I just did a video of a young lady that just said, she said, I don't like when I'm dating somebody, I don't like to be in public places because I want to hear what he has to say, and I want him to hear what I have to say.
Let me comment on that. So when I was in Japan, some of my best dates were just getting a small box of food. Japan usually has boxes of food. So you get a box of food, a little sweet, and a beer, going to the park and just sitting there. That's it. That's all I required. It was maybe $30 for both of us. And we're just sitting there talking. My wife and I would do that all the time. I got to know who she was. It never required a lot of money. Not at all. And that's usually an issue. If she's looking for some sort of status, that's an issue. But my wife never did that. No Japanese woman I ever dated with was like that. They actually just wanted to sit down and talk. That's it. If you're having to use money, again, later on in my marriage, I was having to, that means you've lost. You can't recover from that.
Yeah.
Hold tight, guys. Shout out to my man Andrew Baker for the 20. He says, salute Kosher, Andre, and Theo. This is a great topic. Most men are not ready to travel for the next step, which is a relationship. The relationship with a woman and networking with the local men. Therapy is definitely needed. And you're right. As a lot of it's predicated on the lack of self-awareness. I appreciate it.
Fire!
And also shout out to
For your
the Pride Storm for a $10 cash app. Thank you guys for donating and showing love on tonight. But Dre, you know, you got a young woman, Theo. You know, Theo's a Gen Xer like me, and I think Theo's gonna get him a young wife at some point. And Theo has been shedding weight. Him, Obsidian, we had a meeting recently, and we were talking about why men need to lose weight. I can stand to lose another 30 pounds, 40 pounds, man, because being a therapist, I'm sitting down all the time. But I do drink plenty of alkaline water. I got my bottle of water. Actually, I was thinking about you, Dre. My bottle of alkaline water is right over there. And I'm about to buy some filters. I think they're like almost $400 for my my countertop filter. But Dre, you know, you talked about the power of salubrity. Salubrity means health. And you know, men want younger wives, but you know, they're fat, they're overweight. You lost about 60 pounds. Talk about why it's important for men that got younger wives to stay in shape and to continue to strive to please their women sexually. And what men can learn from that.
Because these women are basically, I'm just put it where the ghost can get it. You got your young woman, you know what you got, you know you want her to be too wild to be freaky. And at the end of the day, if you pulling muscles in bed and you getting Charlie horses, or you huffing and puffing like the three little pigs and a wolf, you doing her a disservice. I love my wife enough to take care of my health. I ain't gonna even lie to you. It's not just some of it is even vanity. Like I said in that clip, women want something attractive. They want something that other women look like. Dang, girl, where you get that from? Can I get one of them? Women want that no matter what age. So take care of your body just on the vanity part, but also on the intimacy part. I'm telling you, there's nothing like when you're an older dude and you putting a young girl to sleep. You don't want to put them to sleep. You don't want to glancing over and they had a long day and you take care of that and they knocked out sleeping. You see what I'm saying? Right. You want that. There's nothing wrong. It's ageless. We like that feeling of dominance as men in the bedroom at 25. We like that feeling at 35, and I'm gonna like it at 75. And since I know that feeling of enjoyment of dominance, putting them to sleep, will never go away. You see what I'm saying? It will never go away. So at the end of the day, you know, the key to keeping your blood flow throughout your whole body, because the erection is connected to our blood flow.
Yes, sir. Right.
The key to making sure your blood flow is taken care of, making sure that not just your muscles are taken care of as far as the gym, but getting checkups and changing your diet and drinking water. And even if you have your elixir every blue moon, there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm telling you, at the end of the day, get some green foods into your system, flush your body out. Clear your mind. Like I said earlier, my erectile dysfunction only happened once, and that was in a tempestuous relationship. So I got to make sure that my mind is on track. I'm always a good spirit. I'm always prayerful. I'm always meditating. I'm always appreciative and grateful about life. And those are the things that keeps me going. I don't put the pressure of my sexual performance on Andre. Oh, it didn't get hard today. Your must be something wrong with your coochie. No. Let me see what's going on with Andre.
Right.
So now, because a lot of women in the States want to talk about, you got that dried up dick, baby. Just because you got me fucking dried up coochie. How the hell you got me smashed? You expect me to continue to smash? I've been smashing you for 35 years. They don't dry up. Right, you don't even get wet no more. I gotta buy lubrication. That lubrication no more. I gotta put lubrication on top of lubrication to be with you. I can't eat it enough. It can't get wet enough. The only time it's wet is because of my saliva, not because of your lubrication. You know, we don't do no freaky stuff no more. We're doing the same thing in the same bed that we've been owning for the last 15 years. You ain't just sucking to be sucking. You ain't wake me up with no sucking or nothing. And you expect me to be erect for you? No, baby, you got to change the game up. You can't give me the same thing that you was giving me 20 years ago. I love you, baby. I really do love you. But if you want this one to get hard, It ain't gonna just get hard on call like it did when we first started smashing.
Right.
You for 20, girl, you gotta do something. You gotta have to lick some booties. You gotta have to sit up there and suck some toes. You gotta suck some elbows. Something. You gotta do something to change it up, girl. Because at the end of the day, this is what's gonna take for older women with them dry coochies to be able to keep from men having them dry dicks.
And you
complain about men,
right.
Ladies, let's be real.
Right. You're right, Dre. And what they don't understand, man, is that, men have the God spark. You're 54, 55. I mean, you told me you don't take nothing. You say your sex drive is even better now than it was when you were in America. Sunshine is 60 years old. He said he has sex, Dre, 3 times a day. And he said he had erectile issues here in America. So it's proven to us that not only the food is killing us, but the toxic nature of these American women. Mm-hmm. They're so toxic, man. They're masculine. They're ignorant, and they don't understand that being feminine is so powerful to a man's psyche. That feminine vibration does something to the psyche of a man. It calibrates his mind. It activates his mind. It get him in a state, Dre, where he wants to serve his woman. But when you got women like Sugar Bum and think about it, Dre, you never see them. They always damn trolling, but you don't know what she looked like. And even if I did know what she looked like, you know what she looked like. You know what she looked like. You think she a big block?
Yeah, she a big block. She right there on the offensive line, right there, blocking for Barry Sanders. She was the one that blocked for Barry that got him 2,000 yards. Come on now. She was one of the running backs that handed Barry some of his one of them linemen that handed Barry the football when he hit 2,000 yards. I'm telling you, man. And I'm gonna tell you something in all sincerity. If you notice this, attractive women have very little to say about passport bros, about brothers traveling.
Right.
The hottest every blue moon, it'll be a hot chick that got something to say about passport bros. But normally it'd be some chicks that you like. Even if I was in the States, baby, I wouldn't smash you. So why you even talk about passport bro? Because you're not my pedigree, even in the States. And a lot of times you see some of the most zoomorphic, animalistic looking females. No offense, ladies, but you're not attractive enough to be on TikTok to be trying to put another man in check about Brazilian women or Colombian women or women in Southeast Asia. Baby, you ain't got it looking like that. Every blue moon, a hot chick will be like, I don't like the passport bros. But most attractive women, they like, cool, I ain't got no competition here anyway. So I ain't tripping on passport bros. If you stay here, I'm sexy than a motherfucker. If you leave, I'm sexy than a motherfucker. Attractive women don't care. That's what my point is. It's always the zoomorphic, animalistic looking chicks that got something to say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to show you something, Dre. I want to show you something in a minute. Hold tight. Because, like I said, man, femicide is real in Colombia. You know femicide is real. You live there. Femicide is real. And Colombia men have power. They feel more energized. They live longer. You know, they're respected. People don't understand the power of having the right woman in your life. But what are some practical steps, Dre, you implement besides eating right, lifting weights, working out?
Therapy.
Okay, all right. And what is your wife? I mean, the pure raw femininity. You know, you talked about how a banana in Colombia tastes like vanilla, whereas a banana here in America tastes like an American woman. But but Dre, when you first got that raw hint, that I call your wife and Colombian women that raw cocaine. I call them cocaine. I call your wife and them Colombian women cocaine. When you got that hit of that feminine cocaine, Dre, when you got that first hit of that feminine cocaine, what did it do to your dopamine receptors, man? You know, tell the audience what it did to you, and why so many men fall in love. And the second question, why so many men fall in love with Colombian women?
When it is with Colombian women, it is not just because Latin women in general have a very passionate behavior. So you can be with a Puerto Rican woman that's straight from Puerto Rico, not just the New York Puerto Rican women, but straight Puerto Rico. You could be with Dominican women. You could be with Mexican women, women of any of Latin descent. These are very passionate, meaning from the heart type of culture. So it's not just Colombia in regards to that. So you get you one, and physically she can do some amazing things. Here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. It's how they treat you after the sex and prior to the sex. You can, like I often say, you cannot be Superman in the bed if you can't be treated like a man out of the bed. You can't be the Batman in the bed if your woman's not treating you like Bruce Wayne out of the bed. That's what makes South American women so special. How they treat you prior to the intimacy and even after the intimacy. You're like, man, well, I cannot believe how this woman is. Dudes don't be crying when they get on planes because the coochie was so good. No, they be crying because of they were able to see for the first time a woman sitting up there butt naked cooking them a meal for the first time in their life. The first time they ever got a hug from a woman, a real hug, just because a woman walked up behind you. Andre does that a lot. I'll be in the kitchen doing something, or I'll be doing some work, and Andre will just walk up behind me, give me this big hug, hold on for a minute, and just say, "You are the most important person in my life," and then just walk away. What black man in the United States hear from their woman, "You are the most important person in my life," and the person just walk away and let that sink in? And so that's what makes men so desirous for these women. It's not the bedroom culture. I kid you not. The bedroom is great. They're passionate. They're wonderful. They're wild. They're something you never experienced it before. But what gets you addicted to Latin women is that outside of the bedroom behavior, that boyfriend, even pay for play women. Many of them give you boyfriend experience. In the United States, you can go get you a pay for play. Y'all take care of business, and you'll never see her again. In Colombia, pay for play, we'll sit up there and she'll try to, now let me take you to this spot and I'll show you this. And she's cooking the next morning. You're like, wait a minute, didn't I just pay for your coochie? And I get a breakfast? And you're going to take me a tour around the city? Well, you know, I ain't got to do nothing until tonight anyway. And so you looking like, I get all this for the proceeds that I just gave this young lady? You're not going to get that in the United States, even with pay for play. You're just going to get the sex and that's it. And so even guys fall for the loving behavior of even pay for play or party girls and even scammers. A lot of ways that Theo can attest to, you know, being on the live stream and seeing how many guys we talk about that have gotten scammed in Colombia. The women didn't pull out, "I'm gonna get your money." It wasn't never like that. It was because the women behaved like everyday regular Colombian women. It was so smooth to scam these dudes because the average Colombian woman is going to cook for a man, so that's what the scammer does. The average Colombian
right.
So that's what the scammer does. The average Colombian woman is going to give you good sex, so that's what the scammer does. And so you fall asleep thinking that she's the average Colombian woman, and she scammed you. Now you're sending money by Western Union, Poppy. Now you're falling for the okie doke, going old school, the okie doke, because of the rigmarole that you was dealing with, Poppy. All she had to say was Poppy, and you went for it because these are normal behavior patterns of everyday women in Colombia, the scammers, and even the pay for play. So what's my point? It's not the bedroom activity that causes guys to get addicted to pay for play, regular women, scammers, or party girls. It's how they treat us outside of the bedrooms, after the party, after we've paid for the play, how they still treat us compared to, I like when one guy put a video out. I don't know who put this video out lately, that I think it was Pablo Frescobar put the video out there saying that I'm treated better with a pay-for-play in South America than a regular woman in America.
I've heard that. I've heard them say that the foreign whore is better than the typical American woman, because the foreign whore, because they say that even though they are whores, they go above and beyond because the femininity is just normal part of their culture. You know, it's no big deal. They love being feminine. They're whores, but they're still feminine. And that's the part that drives men crazy. Shout out to my man, Zachariah, the creator. He's also yoga, breathing, and exercise. That's why most Orientals live to be 80 to 90. And my man said something, Dre. Tiger Blood said he heard a woman say, "You're the most important person in my life." He said that hit him hard. I haven't heard that before. Dre, you know, you were Jack the Ripper in the States, man. You were killing them, man. I'm calling you a Tasmanian devil.
Oh, yeah.
And you were killing them. But because so many men are conditioned with affection deprivation, Dre, that's a term that I created. And also another term called schema afflictions. A schema is a maladaptive thought. It might say, well, I'm not good enough. They remember their mothers talking to them. They remember the girls from high school telling them they were lames and losers. And so the schema is constantly permeating inside their head or ruminating inside their head. But then they hear the word, but then they have an affliction or a fear. That affliction keeps them in a state of arrested development, Dre. You talk about men coming to Cali, Colombia, messing up the ecosystem. You talk about men going to Colombia being licks. Can you teach the young men practical things not to do? But also, Theo, do you see the same problem in Japan with American black men and Japanese women?
Andre, you first.
With the younger men, I would say, just like I was mentioned before, learn the art of no. There's nothing wrong with telling a beautiful, attractive, sexy woman with dimples and freckles and a big butt, tell her no. No, not today or not ever. There's nothing wrong with the word no. Or telling her no, like, oh, baby, would you buy me a cell phone? No. Would you send me some money? Hell no. Baby, do you love me? No. I don't know you enough to love you.
Right.
Colombian women like straightforward truth, because funny part of culture is being here. You learn how Colombian men talk to the women. They sell pipe dreams to the women, but at the end of the day, if the women push the envelope, they have no problem with telling the women, no, hell no, no. Now, what are you talking about? No, go on somewhere with that. And it'd be the sexiest women that they tell no to. So that's one of the things that I always say, be comfortable with that. And then, like I always go back to, if you're a younger guy, don't come to Colombia and act like, or Brazil or all of South America, and act as if beauty is scarce. It's not scarce. There is no such thing as the most beautiful Colombian, because every time you say that, it's going to be one finer than her walking right behind her. There is no such thing as the most beautiful Brazilian. Get that out your mind. I got the baddest Brazilian. You do not have the baddest Brazilian. She doesn't exist, because soon as you say she the baddest, I promise you, 5 days later, you're going to see one that will blow her looks out the water. I'll never forget this story. Then I'm going to let Theo speak. I was talking to a brother doing a consultation. And at that time period, he was moving to Brazil. He needed some information. And he was dating a Brazilian woman. He said, my girl, he said, I'm going to send you a picture of my girl. And he sent it to me on his phone. Very, just off the top, gorgeous woman. He said, and my girl is the ugly one of her family. He said, Dre, I didn't believe her. He said, I'm going to send you the picture of her family. The women in her family were so attractive, I forgot that his girl was in the photo.
Wow.
That's how fine the Brazilian women in her family were. When you saw just her, you were like, oh my God, this is a 13, not a 10. Until you saw her family. And I didn't even see her in the photo until you said, yeah, my girl's. I was like, oh shit, she is in this photo, right in the front. So when I say that there's no such thing as the finest Brazilian chick, you just not have met one that looks more attractive than her, or you just haven't met one that's look more attractive or treat you more than the Colombia woman. So don't get caught up on that. Oh my God, I got to find this. If I lose her, I don't know what I'm gonna do. I gotta do. I'm gonna send her money. I'm gonna suck her toes, nose, and elbows, whatever she needs. Don't do that. Don't do that in the name of beauty. Because I'm telling you, dude, there's always somebody that's finer than her that you flipping your mind over in the name of beauty.
Okay, I'll go ahead and comment some more of this. We're talking about Japan. You do need to learn Japanese to some degree, and a lot of the simping behavior won't translate into Japanese correctly. So, particularly if you speak in Japanese, they'll be like, "What are you talking about?" For example, like sucking somebody's toes. In Japanese, linguistically, they don't know what you're talking about. It's not a part of their erotica. It's not a part of their culture. So if you said you're going to do that to a woman, she's like, "What are you like?" Like speaking in Martian to her, right? So once you start recognizing who she is and where she's from, you get a little bit better expectation that there's things you shouldn't be saying. Like there's ways of thinking that shouldn't be coming over, and that's when you start needing to self-reflect. As I did all the time, I was like, "Wait a minute, there's something wrong." Like what I brought over from the West, this is messed up. I brought this over on the airplane. I need to get rid of it. Like, just throw it on my mind. Regarding women's beauty, I totally agree with Andre here. There are waves upon waves of gorgeous women in Japan. Absolutely amazing. And I would tell guys all the time, they have a type that they're looking for. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Because in the next 5 minutes, there are going to be women coming down the street that you've never expected that are entirely beautiful, that you're going to have whiplash all the time. You're not going to be able to you're not going to be able to walk straight. So why don't you just go for a woman that you see who actually talks to you and just be satisfied with her and enjoy like some time with her? Because you're never going to get, like, again, the most beautiful. Impossible. There's literally gorgeous women continuously. Like, you just, like, it's like the food there. It's always good food. You're not looking for the best food. The quality of food is so amazing. Just be happy with what you've got. Just call it a day, because you'll never have this in the West.
No.
Never.
No. That's a great point.
Yeah. Like, people here in the West, again, I'm here in Texas, but I was in California as well. They think they have sushi. I'm like, you don't have sushi. This is crap. Like I actually know what sushi is, because I was in Japan. I was in the north of Japan. I had the good stuff. The same thing for women. I know what good women are because I've seen them. I've been with them. I've dated them. And so you just stay with what you've got. Don't worry. Yeah, actually, for black men also as well. Don't buy products. Don't buy gifts for the women, and don't quickly say "I love you" or "you're the best" or anything like that, because they don't understand what you're talking about. If you say really quickly that you love a girl in Japan, she's like, "What are you saying?" Like, she probably has never heard that she's been loved in her entire life, but even by her father. So she's going to be like, "Oh, that's cute, but you're not ready for that. We're not ready for this." And she's going to think something's wrong with you. So you have to go slow. Just exactly what Andre is saying.
Same
thing slow,
here.
Get to know her. Go slow. Also, Japanese women have a very strict rule about smashing. So if you're trying to smash her immediately,
I was just about to say that.
She's not even going to allow you to, because her mother in particular has taught her when to start smashing. And so,
oh really?
They're instructed. So if you try before the third or the fourth date,
he said when to smash.
She's just going to drop you. There's a certain number of dates and affection given to her where she thinks smashing is possible, and you don't know what that number is. It's going to be much higher than what you think it is. You have to put some time into her, and if you're not, she's going to say you're just basically a horny bastard foreigner. So get out of here.
It's the same thing here. Literally, dudes do not believe me when I tell them Colombia is not a hookup culture like America. You are not going to meet a good regular Colombian woman. You go to the club, part like in the States. You can go to the club, holler at a few chicks. What you doing after the club? Well, when you have to wait for this club to end. Come on, let's go holler. And y'all do y'all stuff, and you talk to her the next day, or kick her to the curb, or y'all go get some breakfast or whatever. That's America. Regular, every day that you see working at the banks, that you see working at the restaurants, that you see just regular Colombian women, not a scammer, not a pay for play, not a party girl, regular women, This is not the other. In other words, the other 90% of women in Colombia. This is not. I'm gonna say it again for the umpteenth time. My wife has said it. Other YouTubers have said it. Other couples have said it. This is not a hookup culture. It may be in Brazil. It may be. I don't know in general. But in Colombia, it is not a hookup culture. He is 100% correct. You're gonna go through a couple of dates before, and they may be just ice cream dates, but she want to know: A, you ain't crazy.
Yeah.
B, what's on your mind? Are you just another foreigner coming down here just trying to smash us Colombian women? Like we did the video yesterday, Theo, and the young lady said, she said American men see Colombian women as possessions that they can purchase. Because most dudes come down and disrespect regular, everyday Colombian women. Like, how much, girl? It's just a regular woman going to work.
Right.
You telling her how much?
Right.
What the is wrong with you dudes from the States?
It's an insult.
Right. You'll tell a woman that's a waitress that how much will you get off work? What the hell?
Yeah.
These women are just regular, everyday women that would have gave you a chance if you'd have opened up your mouth. Do you know how many, dude, when I first came down to Colombia, do you know how many hot hoodoo girls, Colombian hot hoodoo girls numbers that I got just from asking and just starting conversation and then taking them out for ice cream in Medellin? So a lot of the Hooters girls that you guys sit up there and look, which who she found, which them the ones I was taking out on the date, and it wasn't a pay for play situation. So at the end of the day, and if it was a pay for play, it's because they got so used to, or if they talked about pay for play in any way, or like sugar daddy behavior, I knew it was because they were working in restaurants with a lot of Americans, and Americans kept talking about, I'll buy you this, I'll buy you that. So they assume that all Americans don't do nothing but purchase. Y'all ain't got no game. Y'all weak. Y'all soft. You don't know how to talk to women. So therefore, you pull out your American wallet and you protect yourself. You shield yourself with your dollars. And one of the things that made Andrea go back to what Theo was saying, one of the things that made Andrea unattracted to me initially was when I bought her a dress. Because she was like, so what are we doing? Are you trying to purchase me? Thank you, but I didn't ask you for that. Then a couple of weeks later, I said, I saw some nice shoes. And she was like, oh okay. So where are we going with this?
Yeah.
Because she was like, that's what the women that are scammers get. That's what the women that are pay for play and party girls get. They get things.
Right.
I want to know Andre the man first before I take stuff from Andre the man. And we hadn't slept together. Andrea said, even though I wanted you, I'm not gonna shame. And she said, I'm not about to shame my dad. This Andrea's, a lot of people say I'm not about to shame my mom. Andrea's like, I'm not about to shame my dad by giving you my body like that, and I don't know you yet. The first couple of dates were to get to know you, get to know me enough to know that I'm gonna give y'all a good story real quick. And the sad part was the night that Andrea was like, tonight's the night. Yeah, your boy drank a little bit too much, and Andrea had to take care of your boy. The first night that she was like, okay, we about to get it in, and we had went out dancing. I come back, I'm done. I'm drinking Colombia liquor. I'm done. I was no good. I woke up the next morning. She said, "Yeah, I had to take care of you, wipe your mouth off, clean you off, make sure you're good. You fine? You good? Okay, we good. We'll try that. We'll try it tonight, but." Last night was supposed to be your night. But my point is that when guys come down here and think that you could just add water when it comes to Colombian women, it's just like Japan. You can't, dudes. And I hope you guys in the comment section clip this and hear what we're saying. Once again, I'm going to end this. Colombia, you can Google it. It is not a hookup culture. What your boys are coming down here sleeping with and pretending on their photos, they're pretending that pay for play girls are the women that they just met in the morning. No, He's not telling you he paid for her that night. They're pretending that a scammer girl is a regular Colombian. They're pretending that the party girl that you're seeing in his cell phone when he came home from Colombia is a real Colombian woman. They are not Colombian women. I don't know how many times we got to tell you guys.
I see your point. I see your point.
Just like Japan, they are not Colombian. 90% of Colombian women are. Let me just put it in layman's terms. 90% of Colombian women, you are not going to get the pussy the first night. Give it up.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly correct. For Japanese women, you're definitely not going to get any. Regarding pay for play in Japan, again, I was there 16 years. I never saw one Japanese woman who was available to a foreigner with paid for play. Japanese men, yes, but the market is basically regulated. So don't even offer that to a Japanese woman because she won't know what you're talking about. And she's like, you got to go through, like, if you want that, you have to go through certain places to get that. And that's the underworld. So if you want to pay for play, it's not going to be with a Japanese woman because that service is only for Japanese men. So we do that when we were in Japan. We're like, don't even try. This is ridiculous. But why would we need to? Because it was so easy to date the women. So, like, they were just so fun. And then what's in your mind that you're so desperate that you have to do it like that when the woman is more than happy to go out with you with multiple dates and actually talk to you about her life? And you're going to have a great time. And she's probably going to be the most beautiful woman you've ever dated. And if there's a problem, there's another most beautiful woman that you've ever dated 5 minutes behind her. So just wait.
Easy.
It'll happen. Yeah, you have another one. This is abundance. It's just always like this. So, like, you have to spend time on your personality, on who you are as a person, making sure that your mind is right. Make sure that your language, again, for me in Japan, making sure that your language skill is correct. Can you make her laugh in the language? Can you be witty? Can you say smart little jokes? Because the more Japanese I had, the better women I was able to date. 100%. Like, that's just the way it was. And I
don't let that slide by. Don't let that slide by. Hey, Theo, don't let that statement slide by because that was profound about the language connected to the level of women, quality of women that you could get.
Yeah, they're just, again, my wife, she didn't speak English, right? So we spoke, like, for the first 3 years, it was 100% Japanese between us. She was actually, I paid for her in our marriage. I paid for her to go to a language school and actually start learning English. But we did not. But I got a country girl from the north of Japan, and she was very much a country bumpkin. She was not a Tokyo girl at all. But the quality, her personality, the richness of her mind was amazing. Like who she was as an individual. But smashing her quick, impossible. But sit there and talk to her forever? Oh yeah. She would give more than enough body, like I say, signals that she was interested in me. So all I had to do is just keep on talking to her and be a gentleman and just be nice. And it was, boom. It just happened. There was no problem at all.
Same thing here.
Yeah,
Same
it was
thing
just
here.
Simple. And the only thing I could kiss her. That's it. Like, she knew I wanted to kiss her. She's like, go ahead, right? But outside of that, no, man. Make sure your hands are controlled. Make sure that you're actually talking a lot and you have something to say about your life and you're actually expressing yourself, knowing her, being there on dates on time, making sure you have dates scheduled. Normal chivalry. But that kind of chivalry was rare for her in her life. That's why she wanted to date an American, and she was more than happy to date me. So guys, learn the language. I'm going to show you this. Like, again, I don't know if I'm going to go to Thailand or Colombia. I'm still wondering. But look on my desk. I've got a Thai book and I have a Spanish book.
Good, bro.
Right?
Good.
So I'm studying. I'm trying to figure it out.
Good.
Because I know my language game is going to be tight when I go there. I'm going to use my language first. I'm not going to use my money. It'll be my personality, my language skills.
Absolutely.
Dre, we talked about something, you and I agreed and disagreed at the same time. I said, this is the first time me and Dre had an intellectual conversation when we agreed and disagreed, which is good.
I know, right?
But, I thought I was, damn, Dre trying to get crunk. I said, Dre, man, it's about to slow down. The coach of the line about to come out, damn. But Dre, we talked about the simp maker and the simp finder. I think I talked about the simp maker and you talked about the simp finder. And I think we were saying that the simp maker and the simp finder. So we basically were agreeing, but I expanded it further. Simping is not just reduced, as you were saying, as I was saying to this, your girlfriend, even though like you were saying, Dre, it does mean it relates to relationships, but simping can translate or transcend to mothers, our daughters, but also to our sisters. And so we were talking about Russell Wilson, how Russell Wilson is a simp finder. That's an unconscious simp. He supplements irrational male patterns of behavior. He's not a man, he's a male, because the things that he do is irrational. He gives her gifts. He treats her like she's special. He doesn't demand anything. He takes disrespect. But then there's the conscious simp. The conscious simp knows what he's doing. His inner volition says you stop doing it, but he does it because he's mesmerized by that woman. That's the simp maker. His behavior is making him a simp. He sacrifices important masculine principles. Now, Dre, when you take all that and truncate it into what you were doing with Andrea, would you qualify as an unconscious simp or a conscious simp?
Good question. No, I'd have qualified, if you, in all sincerity, I would qualify it as an American male.
Okay.
I was doing what we are programmed to do, materialism and capitalism. I was doing what we've been programmed to do in the United States: flowers, cars, and candy.
Right.
So whether we want to call it conscious or unconscious simp, mine would have been more unconscious due to the fact that
unconscious, yes, sir.
I was doing basically what America told me. America says, hey, you see a nice dress that would look nice on a woman, go ahead and purchase that as a nice little gift. It was nothing that was expensive. It was like a $15 dress from offline. It was nothing major. And it wasn't one of those type of being creepy, like, yeah, I would like to see you in this dress. It wasn't nothing like that. It just so happened I was buying myself something online, and that online a company had a ladies division, and a particular dress popped up on the screen. I was like, that looked like that. It looked like, and Andrea's into those summer flowery dresses anyway. So I was like, okay, cool. Colombians always have some type of flower patterns on many of their clothing. So I was like, okay, cool. Let me go ahead and grab that real quick. So it was nothing major, but I learned that from dealing with American women. Purchasing things is the norm. Pulling out your wallet is the norm. And so I would consider mine which you could say that it was simping, but then you couldn't say, because if it's a part of the tradition of my culture to do that, I was just doing the cultural norms of my people, which is, you see something nice for a young lady, you go ahead and buy it. If it's not expensive, it's only $15. You ain't tripping on $15. That type of situation. So mine was more or less unconscious.
Excellent. Right. And I think a lot of men are more of their unconscious. Dre, they supplement irrational male patterns of behavior. They're not men, they're males. They don't, because when you're a male, you are in a state of arrested development. There are men, I think Adam was a conscious simp. He knew he shouldn't have listened to Eve, but he did it anyway, because he was violating the practical principles of God, Dre, for the appeasement of Eve. Dre, Theo and I are going to be in the Black Manosphere Conclave. And Theo, I want you to talk more about your cloud-based system and how you empower men to work remotely. But Dre, as men begin to travel and live in Colombia, what are the possibilities of them being able to take care of their foreign wives? Because we talk about the brokering of power and the lack of power when it comes down to men being simps, but finances play a role as well. We shouldn't overspend or give our pearls to foreign women without being prepared. But how can a man adequately prepare himself to take care of a foreign woman? Before you answer that question, Dre, we're going to run this commercial real quick, and then we're going to end the stream shortly. But this has been a great show. But hold tight. We're going to run this stream, and then we're going to talk about it. Thank you.
Welcome to Machismo TV, the ultimate destination for modern men seeking to upgrade their lifestyle. Subscribe to Machismo TV and Saul T-Balls. We stream daily from 12 midnight to 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the best male-centric content. Highlight reels without reviewing or providing any editorial bias to the content. We have done so much, with so little for so long, we are now qualified to do anything, with nothing.
It's been an honor serving with you all. Autobots, roll out! We roll.
Nanobots, transform. Men are transforming, Dre, as it relates to dealing with nanobots. It's time for the nanobots to transform. We're transforming from the American fabric and how we deal with women, Dre, from a relationship perspective. But also, Dre, it's important that men transform their mind as it relates to finances. I want you to talk about the financial piece of what men should do, Dre, if they're looking for foreign wives, because you know and I know that many think they're ready for a foreign wife financially, and they're not. And then, Dio, we're going to talk about briefly about what you bring to the table as it relates to your cloud-based classes that you're teaching and how that can help men transform and get a foreign wife.
As far as first thing is, you have to be able to take care of self. When you're on the airplane, they say, okay, when the face mask drop down first, put it on you, put it on yourself, and then help the other person put it on. If you can't take care of self when the mask comes down of life, you won't be able to turn around and efficiently help the other person because you're out of breath or maybe out of money, in other words, in this scenario. And so the first thing that I always say to this, be able to have yourself in an economic position to where you, or push yourself in an economic position to where you'll be able to have at least 3 times as much, not 3 times as much, but the amount that it would take to take care of at least 3 people. Put yourself in an economic position to where you could take care of at least 3 people: her, yourself, and your investments. Those are the 3 people that you want to at least be able to take care of. We're not even talking about kids yet. We're not talking about what if the in-laws want a couple dollars here and there. We're just talking about, can you self-sustain in South America? Secondly, can you sustain a stable, healthy economic relationship in South America? Third, can you still sustain investments in your 401ks, in your stock options, in your business opportunities, in your online opportunities? Can you still, if somebody offered you opportunity to buy a business online, have you put yourself in an economic position to say, you know what, I can afford to not let this go by? Or whether a company is about to go public that you've been watching for years and they're about to go public with their IPO, can you afford to put a couple of dollars in that stock? Always be ready to have investment money. Or somebody say, I got a great deal on a piece of property. Can you be in a position to put a down payment on that piece of property if it really is the great deal that you're looking for? So be ready to economically take care of yourself in those 3 areas. If you are not able to do that quite yet, and you are only able to take care of self right now, be honest with that Colombian woman or that Brazilian woman or any woman in South America and just date. Colombian women have no problem with dating and realize that you're not in an economic position to take care of a home if you are honest. It will amaze you how much coochie you guys will get if you just be honest. These women are not going to turn for you like, what, so you ain't balling? Like, that's the States. Women in the States expect you to already be accomplished before they give you a chance. South American women like, cool, instead of going to a 5-star restaurant, we're going to get ice cream today. That's what you're saying? So you're telling me they're just going to get a cup of coffee today instead of going to a salsa spot. Colombian women have no problem with that. We think, man, all I got enough money is to get us some ice cream or a couple of beers. Colombian women do not have a problem with sitting down at a park and having a couple of beers with a man and enjoying good time with you, if you only are economically able to take care of self at this particular moment.
Right.
So the reason why I say at this particular moment, you say, okay, now I'm serious. Let me do something about raising more proceeds into my kitty, into my pool, so into my wheelhouse.
Right.
But right now, you got to be able to take that mask and cover yourself when it comes down in life. You can't just first look at her like, oh my God, I gotta have this for her. No, bro, take care of you first, and then everything else is gonna fall in place. Am I correct, Theo?
I totally 100% agree. And of course, in my class, I have students who were like at $30,000 or $40,000 a year, and they're, they finally get a cloud job, and they're making six figures. Some of them are, above $150,000, $200,000, $300,000 a year.
Wow.
And I teach them before then, because I said, don't just go abroad immediately. Make sure that you're financially stable. Make sure that you actually have some money behind and you're actually saving it. 401k is also correct. And make sure, like, you're having this wave of cash. You've never had it before. Okay, what are you going to do with it? Like, how are you socialized to be able to handle that kind of cash flow? Or are you going to go nuts? If you're going to go nuts, control yourself. You need to get a framework in your mind in order to be able to deal with that kind of cash flow. So exercise saving, exercise putting over the side, exercise knowing that you're not going to go out and get some coochie right now. Like, that's just, you just have the ability to have, you have a lot of money. It doesn't mean you have to go simp for some chick. Now, what I always say is you're going to go abroad afterwards. Make sure that you, again, for my jobs that I'm offering or that I'm trying to get guys into are white collar jobs that can be worked remotely. So I always say, make sure that you have a process in place so your company doesn't know that you're working remotely. That's the first thing. And then next thing is, if you need to come back to the office within 48 hours, do you have cash flow for that? Can you buy a ticket immediately and go and leave the country because you have to? And do you have $30,000, $40,000 saved up at minimum in your bank account in case something goes really badly? You need to go back to the States for a while. And then also I say, like, what if you do fall in love with somebody and let's say that, you meet this wonderful, like, Brazilian or Colombiana, because a lot of my guys are in South America, to be honest. And she gets pregnant and you definitely want a family with her and she has a difficult pregnancy. Okay, so what are you thinking about that? Do you have anything in place? Like, do you have health care in the United States? Are you actually thinking about these kinds of things? Because you should. And, for myself, if I go abroad, I have all of my insurance in place. I've got my 401k. I have everything that's necessary. I don't lead with my money. I lead with my personality and my thinking. And if I did fall in love with somebody, I could afford an apartment and stay there long term, and I could bring my dogs over. That's actually a consideration for me. And I could be there long term. I'm like, guys, don't think about 1 or 2 weeks or a month. Think about much longer than that. Make sure that your money is sit there. And again, with my classes, you can do that. You can get the money that is long term. Make sure that you're working hard so that the company is always happy with you. I told these guys, it happened to me, and I tell my guys some horror stories. I had one guy who was totally into the coochie in Colombia and just going crazy with the women, started denying his job performances, and the company fired him while he was in Colombia.
Wow.
And then he had to return back to the United States in disgrace.
Wow.
Right? And I was like, what? Just think about that. That woman thinks you're a nothing now. And what were you doing? What were you thinking about? You should have been thinking about yourself and your career first. And then after, when you're solid as a man, talking to the woman. Instead, you're sending me all these PMs. You're sending me all these DMs. You're sending me all these photos of the girls you be smashing all the time. And it's obvious you're not balanced. And this is what happened to you. You deserve it. And so, and of the week, in 1 week, he went from smashing like these beautiful hot chicks to being in unemployment in Florida. And I was like,
wow,
what's wrong with you, bro? I mean, honestly. So he got his act back together, got some more certifications, and went back to Colombia. So again, what I always say is, make sure your life is solid, make sure your brain is solid, and then go over there and make sure you're okay.
Correct.
Dre, we're about to wrap up, man. This has been a great one, man. I wish I had more time with you, but I'm gonna plan something where where it's more technical. And Theo, thank you for your brilliance, man. I really appreciate it. Theo's a stand-up guy. I look forward to meeting him in person soon at the Conclave, where we're going to be talking about men issues and mental health and also male empowerment. Dre, Mr. Rogers said it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood, but also it's a beautiful day in the neighborhood of masculinity. What are some of the things you got from this show as it relates to Sunshine Shoulders and also the conversation about how men should continue to move forward, Dre, in a time where the women, many American women are telling on themselves, and this is not a black woman issue, this is an American woman issue, but what are you getting from this show that's resonating, Dre? And secondly, how should men continue to move forward in this current environment?
One thing that I'm getting from the show, and even moving forward in the current environment, when women are, whether it be the good women in the States or whether it be the tempestuous women in the States, women are being more open with showing you who they really are. Right. There was a time period where women used to just at least kind of try to fake that they was a good woman. Right. Now they don't even fake. So when they tell you I'm ratchet, when they show you, and you got bonnets everywhere, you got eyelashes flying everywhere, that's them being honest with you. Embrace that honesty. That's the one thing that I can say that's taking place among American women right now. Whether we want to accept it or not, whether we like it or not, at least these women are showing us you're not my type. It's not a fake anymore. There is no excuse of, well, for 10 years she tricked me because I thought she was like this and she was like, no. Ratchet women are showing that they're ratchet women. Party women are now showing that they're party women. Women that are into polygamy, they're showing you that they're into polygamy. I'm not saying it's bad in regards to any of those things. What I'm saying is it is one of the most beneficial times to be a man in the United States, because these women have no problem with showing you exactly who they are and who they don't, and who you don't need to have in your lives. Now, when it comes to men, guys, we got to get to counseling. I don't know how many times Theo and I have to say that. We've got to get to counseling. We got to start having investments for emergency funds. I know you guys want to keep clubbing. I know you want to keep partying. I know you want to keep showboating. I know you want to buy another truck, another car, another pair of Jordans. Bruh, live thriftily for at least a year or two, especially some of you dudes that got kids that you're waiting till they get older, and you got 10 or 15 years before you get ready to relocate to South America. Bruh, get the new shoes for your shorties. But the flyest shoes, you don't need to get that for you no more. Why? Because you ain't trying to impress nothing in the States no more anyway. So that money that you could use on getting the $400 LeBrons and the $300 Jordans, that money could go towards investments. All you dudes that got pension, all you police officers that retired, all you guys that retired from military, all you guys that retired from companies, some of that money should definitely be going towards long-term investments for your long-term experience in other countries. Theo is 100% correct. There is no reason in the world for you to not have money that's invested. I am on top of our investments all the time. If you guys think that I'm using up all this YouTube money and just throwing it to the wind, y'all crazy. I live in a country where I ain't got to buy purses. That's going towards investments. I live in a country where I ain't got to buy red bottom shoes. That money going towards investments. I ain't got to buy no Jordans to impress nobody. I can get some clean Air Force Ones or some clean Converse. Since I ain't buying the latest Kobe's, that money's going towards investment.
Hey, Dre, real quick, I'm going to ask you a question while it's on my mind, and then Theo, and then we're going to finish this clip, we're going to end it. I know you told us about Petco. That's a good investment. What are some other investments men can invest in, Dre? I got Petco. I remember that. I'm going to start investing too. I got a lot of money saved up, but I need to figure out how to invest it, man. I don't want that money sitting in the bank. I need to diversify.
Okay, I got a couple of investments that guys should, a couple of holdings that guys should have for long-term passive income or residual income that is as far as your investments. I invest in EFTs, and I invest in EFTs that are real estate. So which are REITs, which is REIT. REITs are investment real estate trusts. And so, for example,
REIT.
Yeah, REIT, Real Estate Investment Trust. And you can get them in the New York Stock Exchange. I'll give you a couple of really good ones. You got with Vanguard, you got B&Q, which is Vanguard Real Estate Investment Trust. It's a ETF. So you can invest in that. And once again, their code is VNQ. Another good one is Vanguard EFT, which is the index fund, the S&P 500, which is VOO. Another really good one for REITs is called the Kilroy Realty Corp. Really good one that's up and coming, and I've been investing in them for a few months, and it is KRC. That's their code, KRC. And then another one that's going to be coming up really soon that's doing great for me is the Realty Income Corp, and their symbol is O, just O. So when I let you guys know that if you can't buy a piece of property to start an Airbnb or buy a piece of property to have as an investment piece to flip, that's cool. You might be like a dude like me. You just got enough money to invest in real estate stocks instead of a piece of real estate right now. You see where I'm going with that? I have real estate, but it's by way of stocks. Now, my other real estate is online real estate, meaning companies that I purchase. If a person goes to flipper.com, that's let me get it right, FL, let me spell it correctly, flipper.com. And you can buy online businesses, and you can buy your online presence. Let me get it, flipper.com. FLPPA. Yeah, flipper.com. FLIPPA. And it is the website in which you purchase and you sell real estate businesses. I'm going to put this in the back for you, Culture, so you can put it in the comment section.
Okay.
And Theo, do me a favor. Put your email in the back section so I can reach out to you, because I know a few people that can use your services, and I want to implement your services into my consultations. Let me paste this in here. And Flipper is where you buy and sell, and I don't mean no cheap, raggedy online companies. These are actual companies that you would buy that have a track record of success, and you can buy you a company from $5,000 or $500 or $250,000 or $2 million on Flipper. These are not just your get rich quick scheme websites. These are websites that have a long track record where you can actually look at their paperwork. You can see the background in regards to how much has been made, so you can actually see what the rate of return is on some of these businesses. And so you can have an online real estate presence. That's what I do. I buy websites, I help them continue to grow, and I sell them. Just the same way people flip real estate. And instead of just buying real estate in the States as far as tangible houses or homes, which is great, if you don't have the money for that, buy real estate investment trusts, buy REITs, because REITs pay dividend stocks. It's actually a dividend stock, so they pay quarterly. So every quarter, a certain amount of money goes to continue to flip into my investments.
I'm gonna have to look into that, man. I'm gonna finish playing this clip real quick, Dre, and we won't end it. It's been a good one, man. I wish we had more time, but it's late. I need to get me some rest. I remember you talking about getting sleep, and I need to start doing more of that. I work too hard. I might be addicted to personality too, because I work a lot.
Human being wants, once they reach the age of understanding, of freedom and happiness. We spend our whole entire lives in search of these two elusive things. We move on average 11 times during our lives, searching. We change lovers 7 times on average. searching for freedom and happiness. We change jobs 12 times on average in search of freedom and happiness. Two things every human being wants once they reach the age of understanding are freedom and happiness. My third or fourth trip, when I stayed here for about 2.5 months, I realized, yeah, this place is different. I'm free over here. Nobody crosses the street when they see me coming. Matter of fact, they stay on the same side. A lot of times they greet you. I'm Sir Calvin over here. I'm no longer the number one suspect. I don't even have a police record in America, but how many times have I been pulled over? How many times have I been harassed by the police? The police over here actually serve and protect me. When they do stop me, it's to take a picture with me, believe it or not. And when somebody asks to take a picture with you in the Philippines, it's sort of like asking for your autograph. It's really a compliment. No one follows me around in the store. If they do, it's to actually a...
I love when I get up in the morning, coming to the studio, making videos. Shout out to my man Dave. Make sure you subscribe to the channel, The Tech Show. Doing research. Got my Raider cup full of coffee every morning for my wife. Every morning, eating healthy. Gotta love it. Life here in Colombia.
And Dre, yeah, they gotta love it, man, and that's why we do what we do. That food looks good too, man. And I gotta talk with you about investments too. I'm trying to really get more astute with investments. I'm trying to work smart, not hard. It's time for me to start traveling more, man. But you seem so invigorated, man. Your wife loves you to death. She cooks. And to all the critics talking about young men, older men dealing with younger women, it's laughable because the typical American woman is probably a 2 or 3 in Colombia. Educate me if I'm right. Right, a woman like Sugar Bump probably what a 1 or 2 in Colombia.
Yeah,
she would be a nobody, somebody unseen. But
unseen in Japan. We don't.
You sound like Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime for real. Like you sound like a transformer.
Oh, his ass sound like Theo sound like one of the Decepticons, man. He sound like that big bird. But Theo, real quick, man, what'd you get from the conversation? We're about to end it, man. This has been a good one. It's time for me to go to bed. But what'd you get from the conversation, Dre? We got to do it again at some point, man. Go ahead,
okay.
Theo.
I got black men really need to thinking game plan when they're going abroad first, and seeing that even I should be in my class a bit more about
who
they are.
You're bargaining, Theo. You're bargaining. You are bargaining.
I'm Borg?
Your audio.
Oh.
Your audio.
You're lagging.
I don't know. Yeah. So it sounds like That's how you sound right now. I don't know what you hit, but that's how you sound right now. You sound robotic and really slow. Even though your video is great.
How about now?
You still sound the same.
Okay. I'll do this one. This should work now. Okay.
That's it.
There we go.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Go ahead, Theo.
So what I learned is that when I'm teaching my students, I should be thinking a bit more seriously about their approach to being a passport bro, and they really need to take a bit more time to think about the self-help, the therapy, the counseling, and I should be discussing with them a bit more about what I've been through in those areas. So that's what I'm going to do. Again, I have over 200 students. I'll probably get another 100 students in September. So, yeah, that's what I learned. It was a good conversation and really enjoyed it.
Oh, no, don't doubt.
We'll be joining your group on July 31st. That's the budget. I actually have a line item for you. So that's when I'll be joining your group.
You talking about me? Or you talking about Dre?
Andre.
Okay.
Yeah, I have to get the game plan for Colombia. It's not an easy thing for me to do. If I'm going to be there for 2 months, I actually need a lot of planning to do it.
Yeah, Dio, I'm gonna find out some more about that class too, because I know we talked about it, and it's good to have it in my arsenal. I'm a therapist, but hey, why not learn something about what you're talking about, cloud technology too?
Yep.
It's a way to make some good money. But guys, we're gonna end it, man. Dre, before we end it, we're gonna flex on them pigeons. And Dre, thank you, man. You always a stand-up dude. You always come through. If I need you, you always come through. I've met so many wonderful brothers in YouTube, man, and I count it an honor, man, to give my time and my services and my expertise to male empowerment. Dre, I did a show last week, and for so many times people have deemed this space to be toxic. They say it's a grift. They say we're keeping men in bondage, and the evidence is not to the contrary. We're not keeping men in bondage. We're actually liberating men and coming up with viable solutions that are beneficial not only to their mental well-being, but also their financial, social, and relationship well-being.
Absolutely.
And Dre, just a power, man. The pleasure, to be in a state of brotherhood and helping these men begin to grow and learn. But like I said, we're gonna end the show, man. And thank you for everything, Dre. Guys, go check out Dre at Love Crossing Borders with his beautiful wife Andrea. Theo, we're going to do another comprehensive show at some point, or maybe this was comprehensive enough. I thought you did a good job. And it turned out good. Sunshine at the time, we didn't know if he was going to come on, but he did come through, and he was impressed with it, man. It was the Leo effect, man. Every now and then, Dre, I got to give him that Leo effect. But Dre, I really appreciate it, man. But before we go, Theo and Dre, this is a masculine service announcement. This is from the Blizzard King. And Dre, I don't know if you've seen this, but we're about to flex on him. Check it out.
He said it's a comedy skit.
But he didn't say it was a comedy skit. I don't know that.
But I told you I wasn't. But
okay, and I let it go.
You didn't let it go.
I'm not talking about it. You are. I don't give a fuck if you was a pimp or not.
But I don't give a. You keep asking me stupid shit.
I did not.
Why do you keep
what
asking
other
me
stupid shit do I ask you?
What
other stupid shit do I ask you?
Bring your fucking voice down.
No, you don't talk to me like that.
Bring your voice down.
No, you don't talk to me
you
like
bring
that.
your
You're
voice
not my
down.
daddy, though.
You can leave.
You
You can leave. You can leave. You can leave. There you go. No. Let her go. No. Let her go. Go ahead. Bye. Go. You go.
No.
There you go. No, you can leave. Go ahead.
Why are y'all doing this?
You good. We good. Thank you. Have a good day, sweetie.
What is going on? How did this
All right. No. It's good. There you go.
Oh my God. What in the world?
There you go.
What just happened?
It was time for her to bounce.
Oh my God. Maybe
I know that. Patient, out of respect to minorities. What the fuck? Stop! I want to get another air right now. You punching air, probably swinging around eating some bananas. Fucking stupid bitch. Preach is crying right now, swinging from a monkey branch.
And why is she going to end up with a poor mate? Because we as black men are not raising black boys to be the men that our women need. If we're going to be men, the first thing we got to do is take responsibility for why our women feel the way they feel.
I want you to listen to what this Negro has to say.
Of a white guy who married a black woman with black children. And in this video, the white guy was clowning black men and saying, you think I can't raise black boys? I raise them better than y'all do.
This is type of woke shit that I'm talking about right here that makes white men like Nick Fuentes get on the internet and be comfortable saying nigger. This is why motherfuckers like this are dangerous. And we've let these Negroes go on too long saying whatever they want to say. All this anti-black male rhetoric is what it is. This is why motherfuckers like this are dangerous. And we've let these Negroes go on too long saying whatever they want to say. All this anti-black male rhetoric is what it is.
We got too many PhDs screaming they woke. Sleep on the land and take us off for a joke. The blacks I see, immigrants, tap dancing, nigga shit. Homie, he ain't black like me. Ancestors fought and died with no guns. You hear disrespect, they speak with a forked tongue. We march for togetherness. All we really seeing is a bunch of sellout motherfuckers round here don't tell the shit. Separate better shit. We don't fuck with it, trick them celibate. Tell it to the donkey and the elephant. Here for the benefit. Damn right, talking to you immigrants. Over here acting like you innocent. In your homeland, you don't fuck with blacks. But getting handouts and money off our tax. And we ain't getting shit but some feel good talk. And young black men outlined in white chalk. Time to spark change, the kind folks see. Produced by Baz, inspired by Uncle D. Give black men a voice, they only Umars on Friday. And trust me, our doctor ain't voice. My people rejoice, my lyrics ain't shooting and killing the black man. Make a motherfucking choice. What niggas do for money, clown and act a fool. Wearing dresses, finessing money just for a school. Tell it to these coons on a plantation, made it a celebration. Everybody to Zoom, blizzard in the room. So bundle up, trick. It's cold outside and he ain't taking no shit. This is why they hate us. Blood run deep, a generation of traitors. They wanna see us weak, you ain't a part of the family. Cold shoulder, fuck you, black men ain't shit. I'm sure the world will love you. Head down long enough, 50 plus years, you yelling that we ain't strong enough. Took them benefits and ran with it, it's Mayday. Took the kids away and now they Pookie and Ray Ray. This is where we separate.
Word, feel me? We gotta keep our black women safe. Why you got spray paint on what's the name?
Like, you keep this shit moving, bro. We don't play like that, bro. Like, that's
Okay,
me, bro. I don't give
okay, bro. We don't play like that.
About, my nigga? Like, look at your van, my nigga. This is some weird shit. Don't come talking around this shit, my nigga. Like,
Word,
nah,
some
you
other
bugging.
shit. The fuck?
Fucking you. What's the name of the block? I don't know. Bro, get the fuck out of here, my nigga. Real shit, bro. And keep it going fast, bro.
Yo, that's some crazy. That's crazy, bro.
Get it understood, cause real black men wish a motherfucker would. So buck if you want to. On the next flight, we do whatever we want to. Blizzard King coming, everybody favorite uncle.
You got niggas with degrees enabling these motherfuckers by perpetuating these lies and negativity about black men. Most of you black men don't have kids. You ain't even got no wife. 31% of y'all are married, 51% of you don't have kids, and you're not married. That's 82% of black men who ain't did shit or are doing it the right way. It's 18% of men out there with children outside of wedlock. And of that group, they are better fathers than men of other races who are married to their women. Right. You black men are outstanding. You hear me? You are winning. Fuck what these PhD ass niggas are saying. You are winning. You are doing a great fucking job, especially considering what you had to do and deal with historically. Especially that. Nobody's saying that. These lying motherfuckers, man.
Dennis Sperling. This person has been negatively targeting black women negatively on social media. And it seems as though ever since Kevin Samuels died, he's been trying to, I don't know if he wants to be the next Kevin Samuels, if he wants to be the next person who's famous for disparaging black women and for making someone try to feel a certain way, particularly black women.
First they had Weight Watchers, now you got hate watchers. Let's get it. This is for my lovely young ladies like I hate. Blizzard King, Dennis Sperling. First let's get the record straight. I say it online, I can say it to your face. Not a bully, I'm just mean, know what I mean, no debate. It's time to put some motherfucking knowledge on your plate. Excuse me if I'm vulgar, but a king ain't sweet like cake. Holding court, live in court, ladies, you just need a taste of what we been through. Judge will set you up for grape. And I ain't talking Numa, I will not put on a cake. I do not confuse shit, we all gotta face reality. You woofing on your men like you an ape. My job is protecting black men up in the space, and also putting rude bitches back up in their place. Cross-examination, I look good to the race.
Man, be a man, nigga, say it with your chest. Cause all spoken men, these lovely ladies don't respect. I can care less, I do not do this for checks. I do this for my sons and the black men I invest. It's time to get what I was, ladies, gotta pay your debt. You're working with the same men who put it round our necks. You're not my sister, not my kind, you a threat. When the weather change, I hope you bitches feel dead. Let this be reminders to the ones who disrespect. We are God's chosen men. When you say Jesus, you mean us.
The only Jesus I know is him, and the one thing he don't need is a partner.
Shut the fuss, we discuss with your fuckery. Past 100 years, you ain't loving me. Who was on the front line fighting? Yeah, fuck is me. Building all them black towns? Yeah, fuck is me. Kicking rides off Michael Brown? Yeah, fuck is me. Now you wanna put us underground, not to fuck with me. Change your plans, baby, you can be replaced. Let freedom reign. No sunny white days, Martin Luther King. Single mama program chip for the simp queen. Mother goddess only gon' destroy us. It's the Blizzard King. Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. Yeah. Hate watch on the Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. Hate watch on the Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. It's the Blizzard King. Yeah. Hate watch on the Blizzard King.
Say that's the bad guy. So say good night to the bad guy.
Dre, they wonder why we're leaving, man. Hate watch. That. It's dope, man. That is dope, man. Every time I hear it, I get crunk every time I listen to it. I can listen to it about 20 times, Dre. But this is why we're leaving, man. That's why men are leaving. Women like Sugar Bum reminds us of why men are leaving. And Sugar Bum, knowing your goofy behind, you probably got rid of your husband because you thought you were better than him. But what they don't understand, Dre, they can also be replaced. And this is the true power of male empowerment. Dre, we're about to sign off. Love you and Theo. Theo, I will be seeing you soon in Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yes, that's true.
We won't have to bring the angels of the Lord down to sweet Atlanta, man.
Yeah, that's
where the peaches are sweet and so are the men. But anyway, man.
You ain't had to do that, culture.
Let me stop, man. But anyway, man, we signing out, Dre. Dre.
Yes, Theo. We got to keep this man in prayer.
Keep me in prayer. But anyway, Dre, I'm gonna see you at Theo, man. I love you guys, man. We signing off, man. All right, man. Y'all be good, brothers. All right.
Sure. See you, Theo.
All right, guys. We signing off, and guys, we gonna flex on them pigeons. We ain't gonna stop. And guys, no more pigeon-ish.
Flies eat poop. Get over it. Okay, that's for you.
Yeah. Shut up, Kosher. Yeah. Shut up. Whoa. Shut up, Kosher.
Ballin'.
Take it back.
Like it's game time. Locked in when it's game time. Yeah, I'm ballin'. Like it's game time. Locked in when it's game time. I put in work, couldn't wait for mine. I got 9, couldn't wait in line. Game time.
Shut up, Kosher. Shut up.
Before there was the manosphere, I was.
When my friends go, it was simple. When the ends low, switch the tempo. I got right, I got heart, I won't die, I'ma fight. I go down, then I strike. I go hard day and night, yeah. I go hard day and night. 1 to 1, no surprise. See the hate in their eyes. My brother's blood money bleed. I got the game in the squeeze. What would you do for some green? What would you do for some blues? Go pick and choose the family the cheese. Some people not built like that. Some people get killed like that. Pressure like water, lights, mortgage, and paying that bills like that. Now I got kids like that. No wonder why I feel like that. Some people go to war for nothing. Me, I go to war for something.
Before there was the manosphere, I was. Before there was the internet, I was.
When the end's low, switch the tempo. I got right, I got heart, I won't die, I'ma fight. I go down, then I strike. I go hard day and line, keep calling. Money on the books, ain't all that. My kids, they'll be ballin'. Got a real bankroll, not for Instagram. My mama on the line, keep calling. Praying for me, know I need all that. Told me it's not about ballin'. Real blessed, but I'm still sinning, man. What would you do for a win? What would you do for your friends? What if this life is a foe? What if it all is pretend? What if you wrote to the end? What if you started again?
The Kosher Clinician.